Welcome in, Rubble.
Good enough.
Welcome in, welcome in, Pack, Shawnee, Dragon Sage, Rubble. Everyone's here.
All right. I think I got the start of the movie file and the timer to synchronize properly. It should be at about 20 seconds, give or take. Yeah, look at that. Okay. We're in business, and now I just don't touch anything for the next 4 hours. And community effort. Let's see if we can remind me to split every time I kill a boss.
Okay.
So we've summoned Blink because despite the fact that I have been up to my elbows in tassing this game for the last 8 months or so, Blink still knows far more about it than I do. I only know very specifically what I needed to know to make the TAS.
Yes.
I still don't think I would be a
So,
very competent speedrunner.
so first things that I want to point out here is we skipped the V potion. There's been a lot of debate for RTA runs about whether or not there's value in it, and personally, I'm of the pool that it's not valuable. You only are going to get a main benefit from it from Frog, and that's about it. So, um, I'm glad to see Charles does not pick that up.
You're going to see me pick up hardly anything. Early in the game, for the most part, when I'm going out of the way to open treasure chests, it's for combat items. Just because your early game auto attacks do nothing.
Makes sense. By the way, Pax, am I still too loud? I'm also trying to adjust my mic position so that you all can hear my sweet dulcet tones.
You sound fine in my headset.
Okay.
Also, because I am not actually live speedrunning, I can fiddle with the audio if fiddled with. But we've got a 10-minute, well, okay, I guess it's like an 8-minute introduction. We have a nice long introduction, so we can yap about stuff. One thing that is kind of cool is the text in Breath of Fire 1 is much more consistent than in Breath of Fire 2. Breath of Fire 1, it's like one letter per frame, very consistently. The Breath of Fire 2 text is much less consistent in the speed at which it displays, which is irritating when you're trying to like quickly get through a long dialogue section. There's
Actually, speaking of the dialogue, and since Shawnee is here, I have actually done some research now that, not like extensive, but some, now that I've done a Japanese run. Because I also, there is the question that always pops up is which version of the game is faster? Um, the Japanese version scrolls text faster as it loads the text onto the text box. However, there's quite a bit more text boxes that come up because the game is not brief in the way that it explains its story, and therefore the Japanese version is longer.
I think Breath of
Um,
Fire 1 has to be one of the only games where the Japanese version has more text boxes than the English one. That seems so counterintuitive.
it's funny because the easiest example, and there's like 2 or 3 times that this happens in the run. Um, the one that you will encounter the earliest and probably the most often because of resets is when you're in Tantar and you're trying to trade for the saw. You'll get, I think, one extra text box from the guy that's compared to actual text. And then when you like hand over the Ior, you get like 5 text boxes of a single period of him just being like, okay, let me make it for you. And then you get like 5 text boxes of the period, and then he's like, okay, it is finished. Rather than in English, okay, he's like, I will get it to you soon. Actually, it is finished. Here you go.
Yep. Hey Autumn, good to see you. I'm aware that my overlay is lying. I could not be asked to make an entire new Breath of Fire 1 overlay. So, I don't know, you're gonna have to take me to court for that one.
But yeah, Shawnee, if you're still around and you want to test it, my run is now on speedrun.com. So if you want to just pull that VOD to compare between that and a regular run. It seems like you were very interested in checking like instance by instance.
Another thing that is personally funny to me, because like my only real context in speedrunning is Breath of Fire 2, the only game I have ever really speedrun, for which I've also made TAS. In Breath of Fire 2, the TAS is almost 2 hours faster than a human speedrun, and in Breath of Fire 1, it's not even an hour faster. And it's almost entirely just the difference that not having to do random battles makes.
Yep.
Of all RPGs I've ever seen that don't include heinous amounts of RNG manip, the Breath of Fire 1 RTA run is much more like its TAS than most other games.
Which is pretty wild.
Another thing, so for context, all of the tassing we're seeing right now is stuff that I did like 6 months ago. So like this is coming back to me in early in the game. We are actually going to pick up some equipment because it actually matters, and it matters exactly up until Gremlin, and then it immediately stops mattering. After Gremlin, we pick up almost no optional equipment.
I don't know if your stream stuttered a little bit there or what.
It might. We're also picking up a herb. If I'm remembering right, I pick up 2 herbs at the beginning of the game here, and it's one of those things that's infuriating when you make a TAS, is until you get to the point in the game where you might need them, you don't know whether you need them.
Yeah.
I will fix title.
It's predicting the future, Landy. So it's important to mention that for here that that Charles is employing some new tech that was found by a certain individual. That if you open some of these sliding doors, you get a few frames before it opens that you can input like things into the game, and so it was thought of to just use that to do one tile movement to get to the particular thing that you want to get to. So you're saving yourself that amount of movement worth of time. Because you'll open the door early and then you'll move to where you need to go while the door is opening, instead of having to wait for the door to open while you're on that tile.
Another thing that sort of blink and you'll miss it is, in this game, there are random stat growths at level up. They're random in that there's a default value and then you can be plus or minus 1 that value. And there are 7 stats that can increase when you level up, and they display 3 to a text box, which means you need 3 text boxes, and the 3rd text box has only a single line of text in it. However, if you gain 0 of a stat, then you only have 6 stats that increase. That 3rd text box doesn't need to happen, which is very handy. So my very first level with Ryu, I managed to find a frame where he got, I think it was 0 wisdom. So that saved an entire text box. That's value. But also, for the most part, I'm going to be manipulating Ryu's stat growth at level up just to give him as many stats as possible, because he does the large majority of the speedrun. Also, yeah, we beat a boss.
And then
that was very quick.
Yes. Charles employed some strategy here that Landy had given us some intuition on for different parts of the runs. That if your character or even enemies are in what we call their red bar region of their health, they will get an increase in their damage and their crit chance. And Charles made use of that for the frog fight, so he was doing some pretty massive damage against the boss.
I personally think that the red bar damage and crit boost is the single most interesting mechanic in the TAS. I think if that didn't exist, I would not have been interested enough to make it. That's the biggest departure from how like a human would play this game, because when you're playing normally, you can't just afford to hang out at single-digit HP the whole time to get the damage boost.
I think, Landy, if there is instances of that, it might be just because it's impossible or like not practical to try and manipulate for a miss in those situations, and therefore like Charles needed to heal because it's faster to do that in a turn versus trying to fish for a miss and a crit, or a miss and a counter or something.
It's very specifically having to fish for a miss and a slam same frame. For whatever design reason, the miss chance in Breath of Fire 1 is very low. So if I'm at single-digit HP and taking a physical attack that I must dodge, you get like one dodge in 100 frames, basically, give or take, but it's that order of magnitude. So if you then also need a slam, which is, I don't know, on average 1 in 20, suddenly you're waiting 2,000 frames every turn, and that red bar damage boost is no longer worth it. So it's a very interesting balance, especially early in the game when you have relatively few characters. You're sort of trying to balance getting as much use out of red bar as possible without losing huge amounts of time trying to manipulate. For people
So
who are
Charles
not...
here is...
Sorry, go ahead. You explain.
Oh no. So Charles here is waiting outside of the town because the story requires that you need to enter the town at a certain progression in the day-night cycle where the guards will be asleep. We've actually recently found out, as Monetary Dragon is looking into how you can, I guess, validate if someone can splice something or not in this run. He found out that actually every frame that you're out on the world map and not in a menu, you are progressing the day-night cycle very regularly, and there are multiple phases for it. Every single time that you're on the map and you're not in a menu, like I'm saying, it will advance. And interestingly enough, if you decided to save and reload, you will automatically cause it to advance to the next state from where you saved. So it's actually very interesting how the game really keeps track of your day and night through the entire run, and there's no way that that like you could just save and reload without it advancing the day night cycle.
I don't think I have a whole lot to offer as interesting information at the moment. The early game is a lot of walking and a lot of smacking stuff with your...
A lot of these chests that Charles is skipping, usually in the RTA we pick up for money, but since you can manipulate slams and such, Charles actually only needs enough money for the run once he gets to Aria in order to just buy a gold bar, because he doesn't need marble ones.
Yep.
So he just skipped a cure earlier.
I do have a need for a certain amount of money after the gold bar, but very conveniently, just killing the story bosses gets me exactly as much money as I needed. So after
and I'm
getting
guessing,
the gold
especially,
bar, I don't have to do it.
I'm guessing even especially with like the money bonuses that you get.
Yep, ending fights quickly. Yeah, that's another little known mechanic, is if you end a fight very quickly, you get a boost to the experience and gold from it. Will not be happening in this fight because this guy has too much health.
This guy is quite an asshole for the RTA.
So you can see here, I came in with full health, and I am getting some use out of the miss plus slam, but it's basically up to luck. You can't plan in advance that you are going to find frames with a miss and a slam on it. You can look for it, and you might find it, and it's great if you find it, but there was no guarantee. Oh, you remembering to...
Oh, I guess Landy did not hear any of our explanations from before.
Oh.
Yeah, Landy, to answer your previous question again, it's just much faster for the heal and then finding a slam versus finding a slam and a miss on the same turn. So it was just more for optimizing, finding the frame at which he could finish the fight quickly.
Yep. I did try a version that didn't get the heal trap and just came into the night fight with red bar already active, and it was very, very quickly obvious that it was going to be slower than just healing because the extra, I think, 1 or 2 turns I save. Like, you can think of it this way, roughly an attack animation is 2 seconds, give or take. So a full turn cycle in auto is about 4 seconds, or about 6 seconds if you have to do it outside of auto, so there's an actual menu. So if I'm saving 2 turns, let's average the difference, let's say I can auto one of them and not auto the other, I'm saving 10 seconds coming in with red bar. That means I have to be able to do that fight with all misses, with less than 10 seconds of waiting for manipulation, and I was already over that threshold halfway through the fight when I tried. I believe, am I remembering right? I believe I don't shop here. I have
Yeah,
not
because the
shopped
only
here.
thing I remember that we do is we just pick up Marble 3.
Yeah. Oh, so on the subject of Marble 3, we'll explain this again in 3 hours when it's relevant, but in the old tool-assisted speedrun, and those are the times that I'm comparing to here, the 4:14:52 is speedrun from 2010, or the old TAS, sorry. And in that TAS, Danis picked up Marble 3s from the shop here because he thought he needed them in the Dream World section where you're saving Mogu and then you fight Mothra. And the reason he thought that was because when he loaded into the Dream World and he started trying to manipulate to not get a random encounter, he couldn't do it. He was always getting forced into random encounters. So I assume he concluded that, okay, there's no way to manipulate avoiding random encounters here. I'm going to go all the way back to Windia, buy Marble 3s, and I'll do this section with Marble 3s. Which does work. But the reason he couldn't manipulate his way out of a random encounter is because the game automatically shuffles Bleu into the lead of the party. Bleu starts the fight wearing, I think it is the cowl? Whatever her default...
The gown.
Gown, that's it. And the gown has a not explained in-game property that it dramatically increases the random encounter rate if held by the person in the first slot of the party. So I save a whole bunch of time by knowing that, which is entirely credit to
this
Landy.
game's...
Landy is the one who
Nice.
told me that.
Yeah, it's this game's version of, like, Collar.
Do you ever use Zombie for double attack? I have not. I'm not even aware of anywhere it would be relevant.
Yeah, zombie. If you're in zombie form, I think it's if it's nighttime, it will double your attack stat.
Huh. Are there any bosses that inflict zombie?
No.
Okay, that's why I never ran into it then. Yeah.
And you'd lose it on Death Warp.
Yeah.
And also, I think during the day you also take massive amounts of increased damage.
Yeah, I mean, hypothetically, it's possible there's a place where that is faster. I haven't looked because I literally just learned about that mechanic now, but it seems unlikely. You'd have to specifically get a random encounter to set it up, and it would only be applicable in places where it's nighttime, and where the double attack actually makes a fight meaningfully faster, and where you're not going to immediately do a Death Warp. It feels like there's too many conditionals.
Yeah, I would think it would only probably be beneficial here before you get Karn. Like, very likely before you can turn into Shin, because once you have party members, if they're afflicted with status effects, you can't transform.
Yep. Also, if you only have Ryu in the party and he's zombied, don't you just lose? That's how it works in Breath of Fire 2.
Zombie doesn't quite work like that. In this game, it's just a status effect that,
Interesting.
like, similar to Curse. It's not like a loss of control type of the status.
I think the making it only work during nighttime would be really...
Yeah, because I think during day you also probably do. I don't know if you do less damage or you just do normal damage, but I can't remember what it is exactly. But I did immediately think of something as soon as Landy typed that out. With what you mentioned. I remember you struggling with the fact that you needed to get a fight in Crypt for the Death Warp.
Yep.
And I realized that your easiest way that you can combat that for a future iteration of the TAS is you can pick up the Marble 3 next to the old... Oh no, because you don't enter any of the buildings, but I was going to say you could just enter the building with the Marble 3 in the dresser and then pop it in Crypt, let it run out on that floor, and then just instantly get into a fight.
That's probably slower than what I do. I mean, we'll
Because
discuss
I'm
it
not
when we
sure
get to
what...
Crypt. We'll see.
Yeah. Because, yeah, I realize you probably just don't go into any of the houses in Aria.
We do one. The one where Nina gives a dude a back rub, because that's a lot of...
Oh, that's the house.
Okay.
Nice use of the F-Stone. Was that an F-Stone that you got from Knight or from Frog?
I think that one's from Night.
Nice. No split, by the way.
Oh, god damn it. Okay, what's my tip split? Yeah. I'll fix it in post. All good. So at the same time as we are doing these mini bosses as quickly as possible, we're also trying to set up... It's not really a death warp, but we want to be as dead as possible so that the wizard fight with the birds goes quick.
Yeah, there are quite a few instances in this game where death abusing is very fast compared to the alternative.
Yep.
And this is one, just at the end of this dungeon.
We death warp in Breath of Fire 2 a little bit, but mostly only in the early game until you get the warp spell. But in Breath of Fire 1, it's useful the entire game. Okay, this time I'm remembering to split.
Okay.
Nina is successfully dead.
Nice. So in this dungeon for RTA, usually we would go around and pick up a couple of the M drops, which are rare items that sell for a lot of money. Since we mentioned earlier, the task doesn't necessarily need to do this because they are going to be getting the exact money that they need for the gold bar that they're going to get in the future.
These fights here are the main reason making an effort to get all of these combat items, because other than your one use for 30 damage a turn, all your physical attacks are so pitiful. So having all of these attack items, fights go a lot faster than... Another door shuffle. I do love that. Another interesting thing about tassing Breath of Fire 1 that's going to start becoming relevant now that we have multiple party members is every party member who is alive costs time. Because the in-combat menus for Breath of Fire 1 are slow. The more people who are dead, the less menu you have to do. So you're going to be killing people off very aggressively. Which is one of the ways that I've been saving substantial amounts of time compared to the old TAS from 2010. Oh, that's so satisfying. In the old TAS, Janus went out of his way to get as much experience on Nina as possible because he wanted the renew spell. Like I might have the spell that revives you at very low health.
Yeah, that's the
Which
right one.
makes some sense. Like, there is value in that spell because dodging in this game is hard, as previously discussed. You need cannon fodder for fights. So, like, you want Ryu and then later on Karn hanging out in low health to get the red bar damage bonus. So, yeah, having the renew spell as an easy way to set up red bar and also as a way to revive your cannon fodder in between boss fights, that makes some sense. But you need level 17 on Nina to get that spell. That's a lot of experience. In this task, at the end of the game, my Nina's only level 15. So him keeping Nina alive intentionally for all of these boss fights loses him a lot of time. Far more than the renewed spell actually saves.
I would also think that in situations like that, you could probably even just manipulate getting cures, because those just put you at 1 health. And
In fact, I didn't need to, but it was an option. Like, if it turned out to be necessary to get some revives, I could have done it that way.
yeah, and I'm even thinking some of the later shops have them as stacks of 9, so it is possible.
Yeah, and as Landy points out, another consideration is that experience is just divided among whoever's still alive, so by killing off Nina and other characters, that's more experience for Ryu and Karn. Which stops being relevant partway through the game. Like, Ryu's dragon forms do fixed damage, so all the extra stats on Ryu is like a little extra health and defense. So, beyond a point, levels don't matter so much, but in the mid-game, they're pretty relevant.
Yep, I totally agree. And a lot of people who run this game as RTA figure that levels only really matter until night, and then they only loosely matter after that. And like, they don't even really specify what they mean, but what they kind of mean is they mean until Nina learns warp. But realistically, there are so many points in this run where the levels matter insofar as like what your stats are at certain thresholds of the game. Because take for instance the I Spy fight, which is after about a third of the way through the game. He does fixed damage at 25, and having your health at a certain threshold is ideal for that fight, because you want it where he does a certain number of attacks and sets you in death warp range. So your level will matter where you are high enough to survive it, but also you don't get crazy amounts of HP that puts you so that you like will tank the hell out of that and have way too much health for the death warp.
What's interesting is it's true that stats matter, like levels and stats matter in both RTA and TAS, but for two different reasons. RTA, it's more your defensive stats and your health thresholds, because most of your damage is dragons, and that's fixed. In the TAS, we don't care about our defenses so much, because we can always just manipulate lower damage ranges. But we need our strength for damage, because we use dragons relatively little and regular attacks a lot, even into the late game. Not the end game. The end game we're doing the dragons, but like everything up until like the last boss rush, we're still using attacks.
The only one thing I would add to your explanation too is in the RTA, certain points we also care about our act or our speed. Yep. I have a particular desire at the Wisdom Ghost fights to have Bo hit level 13, I think it is. Because then he'll have enough act and enough AP to be able to do fries for all the fights, and also to have enough speed to outspeed Mist.
The act thresholds aren't so important for a task. I mean, it's nice when you outspeed a boss, because then the boss gets one less action, but you can always manipulate the boss to not be threatening. So it's not that critical if the boss is faster than you. But yeah, in RTA, the difference between outspeeding a boss and not is pretty big in like how aggressively you have to heal.
Or how aggressively you don't have to and just and YOLO it. So going back to the wizard death abuse thing, we're kind of a bit far from that point now, but that what Charles was mentioning earlier about that is that the fight is scripted where there's 2 fights before you get control of Ryu. And the first one works where if you run away or you are in the fight for a certain number of turns, the fight will end. I think also... No, I think that's it, yeah. If everyone, if you do a certain number of turns or if you attempt to run away, the fight ends. And then at that point, your Soldier 2 runs away, and you're left with Nina and Soldier 1. And that fight will end as soon as, I think, a certain number of turns, or both of them die. And so ideally, in a perfect world, if both Nina and Soldier 1 are dead, but Soldier 2 survived from the previous boss, then you can run away from the first fight, and then the second fight auto-completes, and you basically finish and can progress to the next part of the sequence. In RTA, it's kind of hard to do that, because you'd have no control over who the boss hits and how much damage they do. And to some extent, you do kind of care about Nina living so she can get Cure 2 later. But that's not nearly as critical. And it's just hard to get that scenario to line up and be fast about it.
When I'm walking on the open world, if it looks like my movement is stuttering, that's me waiting a frame or two to avoid a random encounter. Which looks very nice and butter smooth in the end result, but good lord, it takes a lot of effort. That stutter stepping.
That's so funny. I only just noticed now.
It's not very noticeable unless I had a string of several frames in a row that all produce a fight, which won't happen to. What's very funny is, for comparison, in Breath of Fire 2, there's an upper limit on how many tiles you can walk, and then you are forced into a random encounter. There's no way to manipulate your way out of it. In Breath of Fire 1, it's the opposite. There is an upper limit on the number of tiles you can walk, and after that point, you cannot get a random encounter. So when I have to do large walking segments, I only need to manipulate no encounters for the first segment of it. And then I will hit a point where I've hit the cap, and I don't know how it's coded under the hood, but the end result is I can now walk as much as I want, and there's no encounters. So here, there is a thing of interest, a possible improvement to the TAS. I don't know. This was my unfamiliarity with the game. Way, way, way later, when you're making the memory potion, you need a W ant, a white antler, I presume. And there's one in the house of the guy who makes you the potion. So you just go upstairs, you pick up the W ant, and there you go, it's right there. So like walking upstairs, going across the room and opening the thing, that does cost a bit of time. There is a W ant on the ground somewhere in here, and I don't know where. And I was not interested in redoing 3/4 of my tasks to see if it was faster. But it is...
It's in the hole that Bo comes out of when you finish, or when you're about to do the general fight. It is a little bit of distance in that room. There's like a bunch of bone piles where you find it. It is something that I've entertained for RTA, but the issue is that it's not like it's in a trap chest. So it's not like you are going to be in a position where you make the death warp quick if you do it. And you're also transitioning a room anyway. Yeah, it's what Landy said. It's in Pog's room, top right bone pile.
Oh, and yeah, we don't even fight Paul.
Well, like, when Bo opens up the room, you can go in there.
Yeah.
And you don't have to fight Pog at that point either.
Sure. Yeah. If I'm picturing it right, I think it's probably not faster, but I don't know. It could be. to say concretely, I'd want to actually test it. But I am not interested in redoing an entire task from scratch to possibly save a couple of seconds. Ugh.
Yeah, you would have to remanipulate this fight here and general and then manipulate whatever Death Warp fight you get to be ideal. And like you said, I don't think it's going to be like it may or may not be ideal or optimal.
The problem is because RNG, like, anytime you change the RNG, it then also changes everything going forward. So if I wanted to compare my current task time for getting the memory potion to what if I were to pick up the one here, I would then have to redo the entire 2/3 of the game in between to see which one ends up being faster.
Yeah,
A lot of work.
that's what Landy's saying. What Landy's saying right now, it's like a 15-second walk after this fight to get it.
Oh, also, boss dead.
Yeah.
Another cool thing, I mentioned earlier that I was able to save a text box because Ryu didn't gain wisdom on his first level up. That's easy to do on Nina because she has a very low strength gain. So I think literally every level in the TAS, Nina gains 0 strength. I'm pretty sure the TAS ends without Nina ever gaining a point of strength, which means every Nina level saves a text box.
She's skipping gym days.
Yep. There's a nice, good, quick death warp. It's made for an interesting puzzle. Like, when you're doing bosses, setting up for death warps, especially early in the game, you're trying to optimize, like, what just kills the boss the fastest? What do you need to consider with regard to, like, getting people killed off to have, like, experience go on the characters you want it? And also, like, what sets up a good death warp?
I got a question for you now.
Sure.
Because of what I just saw. Do bosses, like, comparing to Breath of Fire 2, do bosses in Breath of Fire 1 reset your step counter for encounters? Or does it get maintained like how it does in Breath of Fire 2?
That's a good question. Off the top of my head, I don't know.
Okay, it wasn't like the case there where you could just get an encounter on the first tile that you walked.
Yeah, I think based on what I just saw, like, I would have looked for, like, the first quickest encounter I could find, and because there was a significant walk after the boss fight, I'm pretty sure that means that, yeah, it resets. But what Blink is alluding to is that in Breath of Fire 2, when you fight a boss in a room that has random encounters before and after the boss fight, you can fight the boss, take one step, and immediately get a random encounter, because the boss fight hasn't reset the random encounter counter.
This is something I want to see if it can be optimized in the future. The story trigger here requires that you talk to this girl in order for the lady in front of the grave to open up for you to get the water jar. And the reason for that is because in this game, you don't actually know about the existence of the water jar first, but the lady knows where you can... Oh, interesting, you're going into this shop. The lady knows where the water jar is, but until you know that it exists, you can't interact with her to get to, like, show you the way. What did you end up buying from that shop, by the way?
1 herb and 18 acorn. Or rather, 2 stacks of 9.
Gotcha.
Which is kind of funny, because in the end, I needed exactly 10 acorns. So, had I known that in advance, I could have bought a stack of 9 and a stack of 1, and then the stack of 1 would have been exhausted, and I would have had another inventory slot back. That can be an improvement for the next tasser.
Or you in the future.
Or me in the future, yeah. I'm going to need to bank up several improvements before I consider redoing this. It's a lot of work. Yeah, we need acorns at the beginning of the game because Bow's Fry is one of our best damage sources, and it's not especially close. Like, using acorns on Bow for Fry is better than basically everything we have.
Stepping away for just one moment.
Yep. That is, I think, one of only 2 random encounters that we actually kill. All the other random encounters that we do in this game are just for death warps. We killed 1 beak at the very beginning of the game to get level 2 on Ryu Frog, and we kill that mage here to manipulate the M drop. He dropped us an M drop. Of all things that enemies can drop, the drop is the most pricey. And by doing that manip to get the M drop to drop, we can sell it in Aurea to buy the gold bar. I looked. All of the other things I found that produced the money we wanted were slower than. So you can see by comparing that time, I just lost 7 or 8 seconds compared to the old TAS. That's the time I spent getting the M drop to drop. But when we get to Aurea, you'll see he has to spend a lot more than 7 or 8 seconds making up the.
Oh, you fought the mage?
Yep.
In there? Gotcha.
And now this stupid... Ugh, okay, so that treasure chest that I'm walking around that I didn't open, that thing has fake money in it. I didn't know about it, so I opened it, and it says you got $90, and in fact it gives you $0, which means it's just a waste of a second. And I forget if it was Blink who told me or Landy who told me, but I was past Gremlin and then learned that, and I had to come back here and redo everything because it was so suboptimal. I didn't want that in my TAS. The second gold bar you get from a chest. You don't buy a second one.
Yeah, there's a chest on the way back
from
to Aurea from
to
Bleak.
Aurea. Yeah, there's a chest in there. All of the other money I get is just natural boss money, and very conveniently, I get exactly enough for the 2 dark daggers I want. Like, comically exactly enough. It's remarkable.
You know the funniest thing?
What?
The funniest thing was when I was learning, or like observing what the differences between the GBA version and this version were. And it was comical to me that they just skipped that gold bar because they just have way too much money.
That's
They
funny.
just bought 2 the first time, and they just...
Yeah, it's like us just straight up skipping the entire Oopa Roopa section in Breath of Fire 2 because of the payoff MC Tusk.
Yeah. No, Landy, unfortunately, it's too expensive, and without like going way out of your way to pick up money, it's just way faster to get that. Now, I'll be happy because I think it is probably possible because, you know, all these games are held up by like rubber bands and chewing gum,
Yeah.
So it would be funny that there probably is some way to just like glitch extra money in this game. I wouldn't be surprised.
Yeah, I'm pretty confident there's no like legit way to skip the second gold bar chest because we've already exhausted all of the good supplies of just getting the first gold bar. And they're friggin' expensive. But yeah, if there's a money glitch of some kind, then that'd be fantastic. Well, here's an interesting thing. So, most of the time in a speedrun, you hang out in the back row, because the only thing that happens in the back row is you just take less damage. There's no downside. But in this fight, I'm actually putting everyone in the front row, because we want to immediately death warp after this, and this guy just does not hit hard enough otherwise. That's also why I had him use that AoE attack, even though I could have manipulated him to do something else. I just want to die.
I hate this fight so much because there's 2 fights in the game that I don't know how to actually handle, and this is one of them. Like, I can't think of a good strategy for him because it's random whether you get the single target attack or the AoE, and for the exact same reason that you mentioned, I can't find a way to set this up where you can get better odds of getting a death warp after. So for the most part, what I've been trying to do is I've been playing around with like having everyone in the back row and Ryu in the front, and then forwarding everybody or like putting everyone in the back and not forwarding Ryu. Like, I've tried so many different ways and I can't come up with a good one that doesn't lose me time in the fight and or on the Death Warp, because the Death Warp is also random.
Landy, off the top of my head, I do not know how many M drops you to manip to buy a second gold bar straight up, but it would be a lot, wouldn't it?
You'd need 10.
Yeah, that's like a lot. That's over 2 minutes of manipping.
Yeah, versus like going out of your way 45 seconds to get the second one.
Oh yes, this is another thing I had to redo. I walked wrong. Didn't go to the golem the right way.
Oh, going to the left versus the right.
Yeah, originally I did the right, and when I streamed the first hour of the task, that was one of the things that you pointed out. Hey, Jin! Glad you made it.
Hey, Jintatsu, we're looking at improved routing right now from RTA on the task.
Oh, there's quite a lot of places where the old tasks just had incorrect route. Which, like, to be fair, as much as I love dunking on Yanis, both his Breath of Fire 1 and Breath of Fire 2 tasks were made before there were speedrun communities for either game. So, like...
I do want to give credit where it's due there, though. That improved routing was considered from Bam Renatus, who,
cool.
who kind of on-off attempted to, like, run this game for many years.
Yeah.
He just noticed because in general, we were following Gin's route of death warping back to Ramiro and then just walking to the robot because it was less steps. But what Bam noticed is, wait, if you just take the extra steps walking from Tantar instead, you're not spending 15 seconds saving in Ramiro. And I don't think the walk is 15 seconds longer. And so we actually timed it, and it was like, yeah, it's like 8 seconds to walk from Tantar to the robot.
Yeah.
Versus the 15 seconds that you save. So like you save 7 seconds, not doing the death warp to Ramiro.
So an interesting thing for the fight we just saw against the General, there are two competing considerations here. One, I want my fight to be fast, and I want my death warp to be fast. You'd think I want to kill some people off. But actually, this specific fight is both a level on Bo and a level on Nina, and they both matter. They both are incredibly important for the strat I'm going to use against Gremlin. The level on Bo gives him 3 extra AP, which lets him cast a single cure in addition to his fries. That matters. My Gremlin strat would be much slower without that 3 AP, and Nina learns Cure 2, which is even more critical. Yeah, Landy, when you're thinking 13k, that would be the buy price, not the sell price. So the sell price is half of that. Probably what you're...
Well, you can't buy them, but...
the equivalent, if you could, yeah. The sell price is half the buy. Like, if you look up documentation on GameFAQs, the Moondrop is listed as being worth 10k or 13k in Aurea because things are more expensive in Aurea. But you only ever actually see the sell price, which is half of that. So I had fun manipulating that fight. I spent a long time on that general fight, getting the health bars down that low. Because we have to death warp off of enemies in the upcoming cave that are pretty weak. And Bo and Nina gain levels, which means they gain health. So, like, Bo ended that fight at, like, I don't know, 10 health, but then he gained 10 more health. So now I have to death warp with him at 20 or something like that. So
yeah, the GTR does sell for that much.
Oh, okay. Yeah. And yeah, I'm pretty sure we're already set up and selling it.
I mean, maybe you might not. It's in Ross's house, and there's only one.
I'm pretty sure I get it.
And you have to go upstairs.
Yep, pretty sure I get it.
Okay.
It's just 13k is a lot of money. There's no better ways to get 13k.
There is also, funny enough, we kind of glossed over it with General 2. There has been updated RTA strats for that fight now. where in the past we used to just use E key from Nina on it, but now Nina does attack up on Ryu because that 50 attack, if you slam, can actually kill, like, one shot the
Yep.
archers that are with him.
Correct. Yeah, Nina's attack up is actually shockingly useful in the TAS. Using it almost the
Yeah.
entire game.
I remember at the time when there was a lot of theorizing coming from Brood when we were learning the run that he was unconvinced that we were because we weren't using any of the stat ups that it was optimal. And in fact, like, Bam was the one that figured out that attack up is actually pretty useful.
Yep. I imagine that for RTA it's mostly useful early because it's a flat 50 attack, and that matters less later in the game. Like, adding 50 attack on top of already 200 attack is a lot less relevant than adding 50 on top of, like, 80.
Yeah, because I think at this point in the run with the Rang on, you have about 50, so it works like in Breath of Fire 2 in that case, where you're basically doubling your attack. But yeah, I would still think that even in some of the later parts, it is helpful. Like, even on Moat, that, like, extra 20 or 30% that you're getting from it. Because you have, I know for a fact Karn has like 110 to 120 attack at that point, so it's almost like a 50% boost.
In RTA, maybe. My Karn has over 200 Dark Dagger strats, baby.
Oh, yeah. Dark Dagger.
But even then, it's still good. The thing is, it's not just that the attack up is good, it's also that the cost of using it is very minimal. Because Nina's spellcasting animation is quite snappy, and you usually have to do menus on the first turn of the fight anyway, because on the first turn of the fight, you still have people alive, you can't auto-battle yet. And you usually have to, like, turn Ryu into a dragon or do something. And if you're menuing anyway, then what you menu doesn't matter that much. The biggest difference is just, am I menuing or am I autoing? So usually you'll menu turn 1 and then auto from turn 2 onward. And that turn 1 menu, you might as well have Nina cast attack up. It's not much slower than anything else she could do. These are some of the really big rooms where it was noticeable when I was tassing that I hit the limit on the counter. I need a better phrase for that.
Well, it's also really funny because the game's not programmed to give you any fights in the water, so you don't actually have any progression of your step counter in the water. A lot of people actually didn't know that, and it was I like had to test, but I suspect it's because they didn't make a battle module that had the water as an environment.
Yep, that would make sense. Time to start the next BOF 1 task. Oh, from here? Well, this task will finish in 3 hours and 6 minutes. Hey, Vubiz, good to see you. Yeah, I've been cooking this in secret. It hasn't really been very secret. I've been yapping about it to anyone who would listen. But I've been cooking on this in the background for the last 8 months or so. It is not on task videos yet because I wanted to do this stream so that I could include the VOD of this as part of the upload, because it's a 4-hour RPG speedrun. I do not know very many people who are genuinely going to sit down and watch an uncommentated 4-hour RPG task. I think it's far more likely to get people to look at it if there's commentary. So that's what we're doing. The more questions you ask, the more you are contributing to the commentary. Here's my death warp. Here's a really long wait, you'll see why. I needed to get one of them to slam bow, and the enemy slam rate is super low. I actually got lucky to get that as fast as I did.
This is a really good fight too. There's speculation that fight might be the ideal one to even death warp from in there, because if you bring them to just low enough health, which could be possible with the ring, if the ring crits, then they're forced to always use flare, which does, I think, 20 damage.
Yep, that'd be good. Boobiz, yes.
But
No problem, this
Hard
is
to
definitely
justify that.
getting highlighted, and I'll be exporting the VOD to YouTube. But also, moment of self-promotion, we have a Discord server, and there's a Breath of Fire speedrun Discord server as well. There's links, you can join them. You might already be in my Discord server, actually. If there's
Oh
a
yeah, for anyone who doesn't know,
Breath of
I will
Fire...
put a link for the
Yeah,
Breath of Fire one right now.
thanks. Anybody who is ever interested in finding some Breath of Fire related media, these Discord servers are a great place to ask. Because none of us are capable of being normal about these games, we will talk with very little provocation.
Whereas irregular as a constipated person. There are a couple that are speculated for that Zeph plays. I, in one of my old routes, used the Trident, which you would find after Moat. That was a recommendation from Landy, but I have since changed my strategy about that. I also grabbed the Flame Dagger from, you can get the Flame Rapier, from Windia after you get Karn. It does the same thing as the Flame Dagger, which you get in Pagoda near the end. There's also the Rage Hammer that you can get in Wisdom.
God, now I'm imagining doing the goddess fight in Agni form, just plinking away at her with the fire dagger for her entire, like, 32,000 health. That sounds so awful. Oh no.
Oh, and I think there might be a sword behind Jade that you could use. That one does quite a bit of damage, so you could use that on Goddess instead.
On another note, welcome to Suffering. I spent a solid week tassing this guy. He sucks. He sucks so hard. Although it is my fault. I'm the one who insisted on trying to, like, really optimize. You'll see in a moment why my strat is so unreasonable.
Or sorry, not Zog, behind Jade. Sorry, I meant Jade.
The first phase of this guy is not too bad because he just does these single target attacks. We have Fry with bow. Nina is using acorns on bow to keep up the Fry casting, and critting with his boomerang. It's all good. Everything's fine and reasonable. We have attack up on Ryu, and very comfortably get him down in 5 turns.
It's actually really awesome to see that it does 50 damage. It really trivializes the E key.
But the part that really made me suffer was this turn here. I needed exactly this turn. That puts Ryu in red bar. Ryu slams. That 64 is his highest possible damage roll. The idea is we want to do phase 2 of Gremlin with Fries from Bow, the 2 B-stones we have, and slams from Ryu, that boomer. The thing is, you need to get a 64, you need a max damage roll on your red bar turn, and then you still need to get 50s on the other turns, or very close to it. There's almost no wriggle room in your damage roll. It's not just enough to get the slams, you have to have near max damage slams every turn. It is such a pain trying to manipulate them. One thing you're seeing me doing there is because this is such a struggle to manipulate, I have to wait a long time before I find the frame with my max damage slam. And I'm using that time to sort my inventory because it doesn't cost me anything to do it. I have to wait anyway, but you can see how much time it saved me compared to the old tasks. We saved a minute and a half, and almost all of that time was just a much, much, much better Gremlin fight.
No, the timer is comparing against Janice's tasks.
Yep. And
Yeah, my RTA is not down to the low 4-hour.
we do have one E key use against Zog at the end of the run. Zog has like his HP in one of his phases is a multiple of 1,000, and we're using Agni, so 2 Agni attacks and an E key is faster than 3 attacks. But other than that, no. Otherwise, we're done with E.
If you look at that stuff and you do a control search for a particular phrase that is used very commonly for all the items in here, I think it's the ones that say invokes, but let me look for the trident here.
One really neat mechanic that
Invoke,
is
yeah.
very helpful that I would not have thought of initially is you can cast spells in the menu with dead party members. You cannot do that in Breath of Fire 2, but our Nina is going to spend most of her life taking a dirt nap, and nevertheless, she can cast Cure 2 and Warp in menus. It's super handy.
I do love that aspect of this run, because otherwise the menuing of this run is so painful with how slow it is, like the shops.
Also, please appreciate this Talon fight and how much nicer it is than doing. Both because, I mean, 50 is a bigger number than 30, but also just being able to auto-battle rather than having to go into the item menu to select the return is so much faster.
In this task boobs, the only one is Dark Dagger, since that is on an RNG in the Gobi Flea Market.
Yep. We did manipulate one M drop to sell. And, oh, also, we manipulated the Proton Bee from Gremlin, which we're using in this fight, which is why Ryu is doing so much damage. The Proton Bee drop from the Gremlin is relevant. And there were a few places where I did get a drop, and it was useful, but I wasn't explicitly manipulating for it, and it wasn't critical to the run. The M drop, the Proton Bee, and the 2 Dark Daggers, those are the actual mission critical ones. I believe I get a cure from this guy to help with the binds and stuff in Aurea.
That was a really sexy moment right there.
Oh,
using the herb in the... No, using the herb at red bar to heal yourself, and then you got a miss counter on it.
Yep.
Nice cure.
That's a good example of how tassing in Breath of Fire 1 looks very different than in Breath of Fire 2. In Breath of Fire 2, if I had to do a fight like this, all I'm doing is I'm manipulating dodge counters every turn. Like, it's crit and dodge and counter. Easy, no problem. But the odds of getting crits and dodges and counters in Breath of Fire 1 are just so much lower. It's not actually... This is a good time to talk about it, because we don't have a boss for a while. It's not just that the odds are lower, although they are, but it's also that the RNG function in Breath of Fire 1 is completely different from the one in Breath of Fire 2. In Breath of Fire 2, the random number generator is functionally random. It's good enough. Basically, on any given... Like, if you take a string of 100 frames and you have a 10% crit chance, and then on a random-looking 10 of those 100 frames, you'll find a crit. It is not like that in Breath of Fire 1. In Breath of Fire 1, if you take 100 consecutive frames and you have a 10% crit chance, what you'll have is a string of 10 frames that have all of the crits, and the other 90 frames will be one big string of 90 frames with no crits. Which, for a human player, is fine. Like, statistically, it does work out that your random button presses will produce a crit 10% of the time. But when you're tassing, it's so much worse. If you have just a random scattering of 10 crit frames in a string of 100, in Breath of Fire 2, on average, I only ever have to wait about 5 frames to find the next crit, 5 to 10 frames. In Breath of Fire 1, you can very easily have to wait 50 or more frames to get that crit. And the more things you are trying to manipulate simultaneously, the worse that effect gets. So when I was trying to manipulate the max damage crit on Gremlin, I had to wait for the string of crits to overlap with the very, very short string of max damage rolls, because the max damage roll is very unlikely. So it is a weird quirk that is only really relevant to the TAS, but it made my life so miserable sometimes. And we're also about to see the fruits of all our money grubbing behavior. So in addition to all the stuff we've done so far, we also get that cure, we get this gold tiara. We're also gonna give the guy a back rub. But even with all of that, the old TAS route still had to go upstairs in the item shop and give some vitamins to a guy to get some that way. And that stuff is quite slow. So after giving this guy his back rub, we have all the money. Very, very precisely all the money we need. Down to, we even sell our old bronze sword for $100 or something. It's extremely precise.
So that dresser that's right next to the old man's the one with the marble 3.
Yep. Yeah, now that you've jogged my memory, I remember checking that because I had a vague recollection of, wait, there's a marble in this chest. Marbles are expensive. I can sell that. Oh no, it's the wrong kind of marble. Darn.
Yeah, that could be a marble that you use in order to quickly manipulate yourself a fight at the bottom of Crypt.
You'll see what I do. I'm pretty sure what I do is faster, but mostly just because like going into the menu to use a marble 3. I mean, it's slow in TAS terms. It's perfectly good in RTA terms. Oh, it's the gold bar split. Me?
No worries, I don't. Just for anyone who's curious, this is 21 minutes ahead of the RTA.
Yeah, just a casual small advantage. To be fair, I mean, fairness is not required. Nobody expects RTA to keep up with the tool-assisted speedrun. That's the whole point. But the TAS has the most advantage at the beginning of the game. The later in the game you get, the less advantage the TAS has relative to RTA. Up to the final few bosses are the exact same strat as RTA. We just go into Agni auto battle and take our hands off the controller. Another interesting and kind of funny mistake in the old TAS is you need to fish up 5 things in this game. You need to fish up the 4 pieces of dragon equipment, and you need to fish up the pea fish to make the memory potion. So because you need to fish up 5 things, the old TAS bought 5 fishing baits. Because that's how fishing bait works in Breath of Fire 2, but it's not how fishing bait works in Breath of Fire 1. You only need 1. They don't get used up.
Well, they have a chance of getting used up, but... And it's actually funny that you mentioned that, because the most hilarious thing is that it's a pretty low chance that it gets consumed per fishing. And I didn't know until I watched one of Brood's runs, like, way back in the day, that, he bought 2 fish, or 2 worms, and by the time he had to fish up the dragon shield, they were gone.
Oh, that is funny.
And then as a result of that, he started buying 3 worms.
Just be luckier. Hey, Nelson! You've only missed the first hour. We still got 3 more to go. And happy birthday.
But yeah, just from a low chance thing of like then that justifies me needing to buy 3 worms now, like everyone in the past did.
Yep. But for a task, there's certainly no need to buy all 5. 1 is plenty.
No, of course not. Yeah, one should net you everything that you need. In fact, it might even be correct for us in the runs to
Just
buy.
get lucky. Yeah.
Yeah, just get lucky. There are a lot of things that I'm considering. Like at this point, it just makes more sense if I want to throw away runs to just get lucky. Like with what I started doing for Moth, where I just decided I'm gonna just have Ryu and Karn. I'm gonna front row Karn, and then I'm gonna hope that Ryu just doesn't get shocked this fight.
Yep. Totally legit. The real question is, when are you going to use Dark Dagger strats?
Actually, that is funny. I know Dine Natari, kind of hinted at something being feasible for it, because now that I think about it, FF6 does the same thing. I guess it's how much the community feels that we wanted to start incorporating something like this. But I don't see it being far off that you hard reset your console, like you just flip the power off and then power back on, because I don't know if just flipping the reset switch works like a soft reset and retains some RNG values. But it's probably feasible that you could just turn on your console and then use like a metronome or something in order to set up how you want to go to the flea market from a certain point and then manipulate a dark dagger.
Yep, in theory possible. It'd be frame perfect, but in theory possible.
Yeah, I mean a lot of games do that already.
Sure.
With FF7
absolutely.
does something like that.
The main thing is, do you want to do it 2 hours into a run?
Yeah.
If it's optimal, it's optimal, but it's also suffering. So a cool
Yeah,
thing
I'm sure.
Sorry, I just
Go
want
ahead,
to describe what went on in that fight. I'm keeping Bo alive because Bo is necessary for the upcoming I Spy fight. But also, just having Bo use his little auto attack in that fight is still faster than actively menuing to have Bo defend and attack with. Because menuing is so bad compared to auto.
Did you attack up Bo?
Nope. If I'm remembering right, the damage thresholds work out that like you do need an extra 10 damage anyway, or something like that. So might as well have Bo shoot him. But
From what I remember, Landy, I'll answer that textually.
But even if the attack damage from Bo aren't necessary, just the actual attack animation is faster than menuing if it is combined with attack. This is the golden rule of Breath of Fire 1 tassing. Auto is optimal. Every turn that you don't auto battle, you're losing time.
Yeah, from a task perspective, that's true. RTA, I think the philosophy is going to be guaranteeing crits are going to be faster than, like, on average and more consistent than
you need to menu
risking.
To use the
yeah. If you're extremely lucky, obviously the auto is faster, but for consistency and speed, you're going to be.
Just do the tasks on a controller. It's fine.
Exactly. If Ryu is a dragon, the reflect is full? Really? That's new tech. We don't pick up the Echo Hat, though. Is the Echo Hat the one that's in the Dark Dagger, or the Dark Dragon Fortress? And you have to break the wall with Ox? Or I guess better yet, is there another item that does reflect as well? Because I feel like there is. Oh yeah, because you said or equivalent.
That I Spy fight, by the way, works out beautifully. So you only take the one D-bolt in his second wind. He never drops down to just the big eyeball in phase 1. And the damage that you do needs to be set up with the right thresholds for that to work.
Mm-hmm.
In this room, we pick up a Cure and a Skull Hat. The Skull Hat is immediately worth it. No question. We'll talk about that in a sec. The Cure I picked up here as basically an emergency cure. I didn't actually know why I wanted it. I just knew that presently I had no healing items of any kind. And I was pretty confident that somewhere, some point in the speedrun, a cure was going to be necessary, and this was an opportunity to pick one up with losing the minimum possible amount of time. Like, I already have to walk in front of that treasure chest anyway. It's less than a second. I think it's 55 frames to pick up that cure. And sure enough, it ends up being necessary in my avian. At the very end of the room. But it's nice to be correct.
Landy is introducing some new tech.
Cool. The Echo Hat?
Apparently. Yeah, I'm just trying to think if there's other bosses where that could be helpful.
Unlikely to be TAS relevant, because like an extra 400 to 800 damage is not actually worth that much, because the turns with Acne are pretty quick. But RTA, I can see the value.
Well, I guess you get the spell animations, as you said, so that's the only problem.
Yeah, it's the spell animations, it's having to go out of your way to pick up the Echo Hat, it's having to go out of your way to equip the Echo Hat. Like, there's just a bunch of stuff that you then have to do, and you aren't getting very much out of it in task terms. Human terms, it's a very different story, because like you have to do those menus anyway, and you have no control over what the boss does.
Yeah, but it's still the animation. I guess that just be like Jade might be the only one where it's viable because of the 800 damage. Or sorry, I guess the 400 damage.
So this is the
T-bolts.
room with the Crypt Death Warp that Blink was discussing earlier. This room is larger. We have to do more walking than the fight limit. So if I didn't get this fight here, I would run out of tiles that produce encounters before I was done with the room, and I then wouldn't be able to Death Warp. And that is what happened to Yanis in the old TAS, is he did this normally, and then after opening the final coffin, he had to leave the room before he could get his Death Warp to reset the fight counter. So by taking that fight halfway through the room, that fight is actually a little faster than doing a menu. Because that one treasure chest loads the fight without like an entrance animation. It's already there, you instant run, and it's very fast. And now,
yeah, it is.
Because it's halfway through the room, it's exactly enough. I got that chest fight on the last tile that would produce a random encounter. And now here at the end of the room, when I open this final coffin, I think I have 3 or 4 tiles of encounters left. It barely works. It barely works, but it does work, and that's good enough.
Yeah, that was like 3 seconds or 4 seconds of time for that fight, and I think you're right. Like, because activating a marble would be just that alone.
And we immediately get this fight. And what I'm going to do here is only possible because I picked up the Skull Hat. For 2 reasons. This was only possible for 2 reasons. So the Skull Hat is one of the cursed equipments in this game that causes you to take double damage, and without the curse, you can't get Karn killed off in one turn like that. Or at least you would need to manipulate enemy slams, and good luck, those are extremely hard to find. So the Skull Hat makes it much, much more likely that you'll be able to get your 1-turn Death Warp, but also, the fastest way to waste your turn is to fail a run, and the metal slimes are too slow, or the G slimes, whatever they're called, they're too slow. If you don't have the Skull Hat, your party speed is too high, you can't fail the run. Losing a few points of act from putting on the Skull Hat makes failing the run possible. So the combination of those 2 things immediately makes picking up the Skull Hat worth it, even though this is the only time I use it.
Landy, actually, now that I'm thinking more about what you said, I want to actually inquire more from for like some of the later bosses now about how their AI works.
Yeah, do we have an AI
Because
document for BOF 1? Nitrodon made one for BOF 2,
not
and it's super useful.
not that I know of, at least. It could be on Landy's spreadsheet, but I was using mostly Navalia Spirit's AI speculation on GameFAQs.
So this is an interesting fight because this guy has no regular attack animation. He has to spellcast, so unfortunately spellcasting animations are kind of slow. I just have to live with it. But I also want to set up a red bar on Karn for the upcoming build. But otherwise, it's pretty obvious that doing 250 a pop with Dragon is just far and away my best source of damage. There's really not much to be attacking with these.
I guess here's a philosophical question for you, by the way. It's a little... Sorry, we're detracting from the task.
Okay.
If something came up with, like, being able to manipulate the Dark Dagger, how would you want to... Like, from a leaderboard perspective, how would you even want to handle that?
What makes the most sense to me, given the size of our community, is just include a flag for submissions, like, did you use RNG manip, yes or no? A separate leaderboard.
So kind of like what,
I think it's what Earthbound does.
I mean, they have a drop-down menu for it, yeah.
Yeah, the Breath of Fire communities just aren't big enough to be splitting into, like, manip and leaderboards. We don't have that many ones. But you're right that including RNG manip is a fundamental enough shift in how the run functions that you do kind of want an indicator, given how unfriendly to new players RNG manips tend to be.
Yeah.
So my instinct would be include a flag this running RNG manip, so no, that way people still see. Like, if they're just learning the run and they don't want to compete with the mad lads who are doing Dark Dagger stuff, then... Yes, Nelson, the name Red Bar is definitely 100% stolen wholesale from the Pokemon. So, a fun fact about the way the Red Bar mechanic works. It's a little misleading, because you actually are in the red bar. Your bar is red at 1/4 health, but you don't get the damage bonus until 1/8 health. You actually have to be in the lower half of your red bar to get the damage bonus. What's even more interesting is once you have got your damage bonus from dropping into it, you can then go back up to a high health red bar, like between 1/8 and 1/4, without losing the red bar. And it comes up in the task at one point. I have Ryu in his low health red bar to get the damage bonus, and then we win the fight, he levels up, and his health gain pushes him outside of the red bar threshold, but he still has the damage bonus in the next fight. Because he never left red bar, even though he left the damage bonus threshold. It's very weird. I would be very interested to see how it's coded under the hood, but it doesn't work the way you would expect it to. Mix of red bar and badge boost? Yeah, that's a good way of looking at it. Yeah, it's nice because it's not just a damage boost, it's also a crit chance boost, and given how much effort we spend fishing for crits, it's very appreciated. It's one of the things that makes regular attacking outside of dragon form much more valuable in the TAS, because dragon forms don't benefit from red. So the TAS can red bar all of its non-dragon auto attacks for the most part. Yep, that's Landy tech. It's so weird that it works that way, but it's useful. It does come up.
One thing that we didn't really call on about mentioning was that after the cloud fight, we manipulated to get a cold stone, and you'll see where it comes in handy pretty soon.
Actually, Blink is slightly incorrect. It wasn't manipulated. I just got it for free. I was not intending to manipulate that sea stone. The game just handed it to me. I just optimized.
But it was a very much welcome
They're
present.
very welcome. Yes, it turns out to be helpful. In hindsight, I should have been planning to manip for it. But I didn't. Here is a tiny little optimization. There's a dart in one of those treasure chests that I want, but I pick it up later. Because we have to walk back down anyway, and this way, the order in which the dart and the bee stone appear in my inventory are flipped. The dart is now lower, the bee stone is higher, which matters because I'm going to equip the dart to Karn, and then his starting weapon is going to be in that slot for the rest of the game. And I would rather my dead inventory slot be lower in my inventory. The higher up slots in your inventory are more valuable because they take less scrolling to get to, so you want the consumables you are going to consume as high as possible, and you want your dead slots as low as possible. Tech! It's so minor, but it makes me happy.
Love me some hack.
And there's Nina picking up the dart. I imagine that's probably optimal in RTA too. It's extremely minor, but, you know, technically optimal. My gift to you.
I mean, it may be the difference of where the bee stone goes with RTA. In fact, I'm not even convinced if the bee stone is fast, but or like with where we use it. But with where it goes, like it's in the leftmost slot of the inventory anyway, so it's still convenient. But we do an immediate inventory swap that all the items are in very nice, clean spots that are still high up on the menu with the dart with where it is.
So the optimization would only make your sorting very, very slightly faster. Not a big deal.
Yeah.
Yeah, we use that bee stone almost immediately. Lights, I forget which. Ordinarily, I was planning to use the bee stone here, but the sea stone that we got from Cloud does the job because of this beautiful 57 damage crit from Karn.
What would be nice, however, is if I can figure out a way where I can burn like a final Marble 3 on the way back or something that ends up like allowing the bee stone to be in a higher spot. That would probably make more sense. And then I could do what you were saying.
We will be violating for a little while the rule I said earlier. Every alive party member loses time. Nina will be allowed to survive for a couple of fights because after Octo, we need Nina to have warp. And I cut it pretty close. I let Nina die quite a bit. So we need her alive after just a couple of boss fights to make sure she gets warp on time. It's also not as big a deal because having Nina alive means she can use attack up to justify her continued existence, which is not nothing. Also, relative to the old TAS, there's a huge time save in this split because he just does the boat fight not well. He does not take advantage of the boat death warp. If I'm remembering right, you just about skip a fight and you literally skip an entire second fight. It's just 2 fights faster to...
Oh yeah, you skip the fight that you get, and you skip one more fight, and then you don't have to watch animations of like the dark dudes like walking to position and monologuing.
It's comical how much faster the death warp is.
Yeah.
Yeah, instead, the old TAS saved in Aurea so that after this first round of boat fights, it could walk into the cave we just walked through and death warp from there back to Aurea. which is such an inconsequential death warp. It's already barely worth the time it just took to save in Aurea in the first place, because it saves you so little. And it means you can't do the bow death warp when you're at full health. The attack up into Karn crits on these fights are very satisfying. It is kind of funny that, like, between the archer and the spearman and the soldier, the archer is actually the beefiest. Wouldn't think that.
Nope, you wouldn't think that at all. Or maybe you would. Maybe he has more armor for arrows, like if other archers attack him.
Something like that, yeah. Oh yeah, here's where I use my B-Stone. Using the Beast, so getting the C-Stone drop meant that I could use the C-Stone in the Knight fight, save the B-Stone, and then I used the B-Stone here. Because if I didn't do that, I would have had to do a separate menu to use Acorns on Bow, because he was out of AP casting Cry. So the C-Stone drop from Cloud ultimately saved me an entire menu. It was a few seconds. 3 times save. But that's the last time a combat item, like a piece of bone, is in stone as well. So now for this fight, we're trying to set up our boat death warp. So we need Nina alive to get the experience, and Ryu has to be alive to actually kill the sucker. But we want Bo and Karn killed off.
Ugh. Oh, I see why you healed now. Oh, but you left Bo alive for Squid. Was there just not an opportunity to allow him to die?
Yep. Yeah,
Okay.
The Squid fight is just too fast. We can't kill off everyone. Oh yeah, the Nina healing herself looks a little bit funny, but we need Nina to be alive.
No, it made sense. It made sense because of the Phase 2 AI.
The funny thing is that doing that heal in combat is faster than doing it in a menu outside of combat, which is unusual. In most RPGs, out of combat healing is significantly faster than in combat healing, like spellcasting animation.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, in theory, if we could have killed off Bo, it would have been cool, but it is also not worth spending extra time hanging out in the fight. You can just get him killed off of it.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, we've got a big old walking and talking segment here. Chat, how's it going? If you have questions, now's a good time. This is one thing that makes me a little bit hesitant about picking up the RTA speedrun, is like this game is just boss fights. There's large segments where you have no decisions to make and you are just doing the movement and turboing through the dialogue.
It's bathroom breaks, man.
That's true.
That's like a hard thing to come around, especially in Super Nintendo speedruns where there's like no FMVs.
I also love that we just pause our fantasy RPG to have a pirate movie. It's hilarious.
Dun, 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 dun.
The tone in Breath of Fire 1 is really all over the place, and I kind of love it. Here is our boat death warp, if I'm remembering.
Yeah.
Alright. How efficient was I able to get this? I don't remember.
I'm a little behind you, so let me see.
Okay, that is actually pretty good. It was a 2-turn death warp, which isn't fantastic, but I remember I would looked to see if I could get a 1-turn death warp, but it would involve 2 enemy slams on the same turn, which is just comically improbable. Like, you could wait minutes of frames and never see that happen. But then you get to skip almost the entire rest of the segment.
That's interesting, Lindy.
Yep. Can confirm that that is what I have seen in practice. It's a very weird implementation of the mechanic, but I'm happy. It's cool that I could take advantage of it. But yeah, it's a very unintuitive mechanic. Also,
And then to answer your question about the efficiency, I think it was 2 extra attacks than the RTA, so it's fine.
I am kind of tickled that Bo uses freeze in that fight. Like, the extra 20 damage upgrading freeze to fry just wasn't relevant, so I got to take the faster animation.
How much faster is freeze compared to fry?
Oh, less than a second. It's not a big difference.
I didn't notice. It felt like it was less, but I was just curious. Like, what would you say, a half second?
Yeah, it was around that.
Okay. That could be relevant enough.
Yeah, I mean, if you know for a fact that you don't need the extra 20 damage, it is optimal. It's just a very minor difference. Nice, efficient, There's Nina learning warp right on time. Strictly
Perfect.
speaking, and yeah, you can see me saving over a minute between Squid and here. The correct route. In theory, Nina didn't need to survive this fight. I could have let Nina survive the Mortillo fight instead, but having Nina dead on Mortillo is a huge help, and having Nina dead on this fight is not a help. Because you start this fight at full health anyway, like, you don't have enough time to kill off as all the people you would want to kill off. So you have to leave someone alive anyway, you might as well leave Nina alive. Now we get about 13 minutes of walking and talking with everyone's favorite fish.
So here in this section is like an upcoming massive improvement that the RTA contributed to the TAS. Historically, a lot of people after Mortillo would immediately go to the Toad fight because they felt that Toad could consistently kill off enough party members that you could death warp when you go for the B ring. And that's an extremely valid point of view. So a lot of people would just use that to set up like death warps and Gant. They would heal at the inn in order to get a full health after Mortillo, etc. But when I came around, I figured, okay, there's not necessarily anything story-driven that's gating you from getting the B ring after you get Ox. And so the only thing that you would need in order to make that work is have 3 people dead and use the boom chest in order to send your party back with the death warp. And you wouldn't have to save in Gant in order to set up a death warp. So I figured if you can use Octo and Morteo to set up 3 dead party members, you're golden for getting an early B rank versus doing an early Toad. And yeah, I noticed that overall in the entire Prima section, it saves about 30 seconds, which was pretty massive for where the game was at the time.
I think when I eyeballed it, it saved me about 25 seconds compared to what Anus was doing. And it makes sense that the difference in the TASs would be slightly less than the differences in RTA, just because TASs have optimal menuing and stuff like that.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, if it's a 25-second difference TAS at 30 seconds RTA sounds right. Our true hero, Gobi? Yeah. Shockingly, not the most useless character in this game, which is just incredible. In any other game, Gobi would be obviously the most useless.
He is so bad. I hate him.
He's atrocious. He is the worst, and yet somehow not the worst.
Would you say Mogu is worse?
Yep. Like, from a practical gameplay perspective, they're both completely useless. There's no reason to use either of them, but like from an RPG character design perspective, like at least a Gobi has a couple of spells and he's part of Karn fusions. Mogu literally is like a bot. He can't do anything.
Well, no, this is where you're wrong. Mogu is fast, and the only spell that he does know is basically a flea. So he has a lot of utility if we actually did not use Marble 3s.
But there are Marble 3s, so...
Yes. Yes. But he also digs up, like, things on the world map. Yeah. So, I mean, he's useful in that sense.
He's basically a backpack item. He's like the strength TM, but as a usable character.
Yeah. To be totally honest, I wish that he came into the game a lot earlier. Yeah. It would feel like more useful.
That is definitely part of what he suffers from. It's not just here's a half-baked character, but here's a half-baked character literally more than halfway through.
Mm-hmm.
Like, none of the Breath of Fire games are especially good about character balance. They all have some characters that are just very obviously worse than other ones, but Breath of Fire 1 with Mogu and Gobi is just particularly egregious.
Yeah.
Like, as much as we clown on Jean in Breath of Fire 2, I would take Jean over Gobi any day of the week.
Well, for me, with Breath of Fire 2, it was like a mix of Jean and Spar. Both of them felt like really underwhelming for the rest of the cast.
Spar, at least, eventually becomes good. It's not worth it in a speedrun, and even casually, it's kind of obscene how much investment it takes to level up Spar to the point where he becomes good. And also, he kind of like how Mogu suffers because Marble 3s exist, Spar suffers because Blue exists. But a character with both Defense Up X and Attack Up in Breath of Fire 2 casually is genuinely quite relevant. Like, that is good. The Attack Up spell is very, very strong, and other than Blue, Spar's the only one to get it. But yeah, no, I agree. In reality, as much as Spar's design is cool, not worth the effort. Also, Morteo. You're getting people killed off very efficiently. Also, rare use of Fire Dragon.
Yeah, there's 2 instances where this form is actually useful in terms of the DPS. One is Morteo, the other one is the Slime X fight, which will be coming up in a little bit. But very good. I saw you got Karn, Nina, and Gobi killed, so that's your 3 that you met the minimum requirement for the B-Rang route.
And Bo was killed in Octo. So I have 4 people dead total, which means I can do a party shuffle and an instant death warp. I don't even need to walk over to the chest.
Yeah. You did the even faster strat, which the RTA unfortunately cannot guarantee because of the marbles.
It is only a few seconds faster. Like, if you have to use the boom chest, it is not a big deal. And easily half that time is because the task can just force an encounter on the first step. RTA, you don't have that benefit, so it's going to be pretty rare RTA that you actually get to take advantage of the 4-person death warp. Oh yeah, our split times are going to look funny for a little bit because, as Blink has been describing, I'm going to be doing the B-Rang and then Toad, and the old task did Toad then B. So my Toad is going to look like a time loss, but then it'll fix it.
I guess PAX, the only reason I felt that way, given I just played Breath of Fire 2 for the first time a year ago, was mainly that it seems so weird, like the buff and debuff spells, given like, oh, I think you start off getting a debuff spell first, like a slowdown spell, and I like can't remember what the actual progression is, but like you use it against enemies, and almost every single time it comes up as failed, so it makes you think, damn, like they don't work. Because in other instances of the game, certain things don't work, like running away and stuff. So initially, from a casual point of view, that game makes you think that, like, man, this game is buggy, especially with the translations being bad too.
Yeah. The speed up spell in Breath of Fire 2 just legit doesn't work. It actually does nothing.
Yeah.
But the
and that might
attack
be
up
the other
spell-
thing. That might be the first one you get.
Yeah. But then the attack up spell is also the single most broken thing in the entire game.
Yeah. So then it also like just makes you think that these support characters are just not very helpful.
One thing that I think is interesting is that the speedrun... Okay, this is obviously a subjective types thing, but I think the characters are better balanced in the speedrun than they are casually.
I'd have to really like dwell on that and
Sure.
think about it. All right, and here we go for using Ox for what he's intended, breaking walls.
Yep. Ox Smash.
So I think this is the first instance of us getting a reskin of the first boss, or like an earlier boss in the game. I know we fought like another knight, and I'm not going to really mention that because it's not... It felt like a kind of a cop-out fight, to be honest, but... Oh, no, wait, I guess Octo and Squid are reskins of each other. So never mind.
You can also see,
But
as before, get 2 people killed off immediately and then auto-battle. Because even though Ox's damage is trivial, auto-battle is still faster than defending.
there was an idea that we entertained for, like, very briefly, but for the TAS, kind of inspired from the GBA runs. Interestingly, the GBA runs in Gant will pick up the Spine Hammer, which is actually Ox's best hammer that he can get from any store in the game, and it compares to some of the end game items. However, it's really expensive, and given that Charles was aiming to try and get double Dark Daggers, it wasn't very feasible to do with the money that you get in the game. So, the improvement for trying to get Ox some damage versus just trying to just utilize whatever he can put out and letting Ryu do the rest of the work. This was just definitely faster than getting a Spine Hammer. But if we have infinite money, that's a different story.
Also, I think this fight is the clearest example of Ryu doing all the work. The entire rest of the party is just cannon fodder. We sacrificed literally everybody. The mechanic in Breath of
That's
Fire
awesome.
1 where you can cycle party members in and out of the party during combat is very handy for a number of reasons. But the first reason is just more cannon fodder. There's no need to heal, just bring in more cannon fodder. So that pattern of, like, we have one person doing all the work and then we're just cycling in one person at a time to take hits, that will appear again. More than one.
Imagine if FF10 did that. I would probably like that game more.
Also, mercifully, now Karn is actually going to be able to contribute to fights because we're going to get his Shin transformation. It's quite obvious that suddenly our boss DPS is going to spike real hard now. For the last several bosses, it's been Ryu's dragon form critting for 260 a hit, and otherwise it's like Fry with bow is our second best damage for 80, which is just horrifically inefficient. Another thing that's very useful about that party shuffle thing, in combination with Karn's ability to fuse, is you can swap fused characters into the party as like an empty slot. Which is, I'm not sure if that's intended behavior, but it's very useful.
Oh no, you lost a minute versus Janice.
We'll get it back, don't worry. This is one thing that Breath of Fire 1 does a lot. You have to come all the way out here for the guy to tell you about the Grim Owl, and you have to walk all the way back. Time isn't lost, Pax. The time is just being invested. There's actually a second wrinkle to that whole you can swap party members into the party as a slot. You can only do that if you have at least one non-fused member not in the party. So if you have, like, if I were to have, like, fused Karn, Ox, Ryu, Nina in the party, then the only two people not in the party would be Bo and Gobi, who would fuse with Karn. I would not be able to do the swap trick. So until I get one more party member, I want to fuse Karn in combat when possible, like this, so that I will now have an empty slot in the party.
Do you know if that remains true after you get blue? Because I was told that once you get blue, you can have both of them in the back and it lets you swap freely, but I don't know how true that is because I didn't want to test it mid-run.
Once you get blue, then you have 3 people in the party, so at least one.
Oh, got it, because then you have someone else to swap with.
Yeah,
and they're still options.
Yeah. It's another very weird implementation.
Yeah, then that makes me think that it totally was not intended.
It seems unintended. Yeah. Look at those beautiful damage numbers. 347.
Yeah. It's so damn hard. I think one of my recent PBs on Breath of Fire 1 had that happen,
Hmm.
where Karn went down to red bar on one of the final hits, and the damage actually, I think, caused a turn skip from Ryu.
Oh, nice.
It was something like that. Like, Landy pointed it out.
Yeah, Shin is absolutely the.
Yeah, I'm thinking if we do end up implementing something with a Dark Dagger manip, that there's no need for Doof, and then maybe the Echo Hat strategy is actually worth it against Jade.
This is entirely vibes-based analysis. You are the RTA expert, not me. I'm surprised you think Doof is worth it already. Like, just based on my experience with this task, it seems not great.
So actually Jin was the one that mentioned it when there was I think it was an RPG limit break, or there was some sort of race among people who were running, and he said it was Genja himself and Ryu, and someone went Shin. I can't remember who it was. Maybe it was Ryu went Shin. Jin went Doof, and Genja went Puka.
Oh,
And
funny.
everyone roughly invested about the same amount of time into the boss. So Shin was slower for the moat boss fight, but um, but because of it being longer, the investment in not getting the stuff rounded out to the same as everyone else. Um, Doof was pretty fast, and Puka got really lucky.
By the way, please say something nice about my Phase 1 Slime X with 2 rings.
I did not get to really pay attention. I'm sorry,
No
but
worries. But it's very sexy. The old TAS did something way slower.
nice.
Because for some reason the old TAS was still using the old Rang. He just didn't equip the B Rang. The reused damage was way lower.
That's so stupid.
I know, right? It's such an obvious... I mean, error is
I've
kind
seen
of judgmental, but it's so obviously incorrect. Like, just equip the B Rang. You have to menu anyway.
I have seen people do that in the RTA by accident, and then they realize when the fight's slower.
Yeah. Hey, Matthew. Welcome to the show. We've got almost exactly 2 hours left. We're halfway through. And it's kind of cool that my time gains over the old tasks were very uniform. Like, we're halfway through the task, I needed to save 15 minutes, and we are presently 7.5 minutes ahead. Like, it wasn't that there was one huge time save, it's just that there was a whole bunch of medium time saves.
So I got a mini update. It's sounding like there might be, as you had put it earlier, a return to the prophesied Breath of Fire relay runs.
Hey!
More to come.
We are now in Arad for like the 3rd friggin' time. I'm here so often.
Mm-hmm.
Gobi's in the party must have been a cutscene? Yes. Exactly. Every single time.
The game really forces him on you.
Yeah, no, we haven't had a Breath of Fire real. Alright, time to fight some spooks.
Like, as of right now, for it. Oh, hold on, let me
Pulling
read
Jenny
this.
out of retirement. If anyone can find him, I haven't seen that guy in years. Alright. Spook 1. It is interesting that they just straight up these boss fights here. But because this is just the same as the boss we fought at the beginning, he's big enough that we can just slap him. Karn.
What actually impresses me is that the second one is still kind of problematic.
Oh. If I'm remembering right, the second and third one have fairly high physical defense. And Karn's dart, the weapon he's right now, is sort of falling off.
Yeah, in the RTA after this section, we pick up the power dagger, and it actually is pretty huge, but I know pretty soon you're going to be picking up the dark dagger, so...
66. It's so small. Karn. Yeah, the way Karn's fusions work is they're just a straight damage multiplier. So Shin is ×2 and Doofenbuka are ×3. So not having a strong weapon on Karn, who naturally has a fairly low strength stat, means that the shaman transformations are not actually helping it that much. They're not shaman transformations, I'm just so used to that phrase. The Karn fusion. They really require a good weapon to do the sauce.
So, further updates. Yes, it sounds like there will potentially be a Breath of Fire relay. For right now, the plan is that it will be with a single relay, like one person per game, and we just hand off. With some expectation that if the first or second, like if the first or first two start really like bringing in a lot of interest towards the series, maybe they might try and figure out how to make it into doing a relay race.
Eat. Dibs on Boff too.
That being said, as far as the recurrence of it, that's all going to depend on how much interest it ends up bringing.
In other
So
words,
if
watch.
anyone...
Tell your friends.
Exactly. They said worst case scenario, there could be a relay, like 1 or 2 relays over 2 to 4 years.
Cool. That is very exciting. You haven't I guess we had the community showcase on February. That's the most high-profile community event we've recently. But even that was not that big, and that was the first thing in like 5 years or something.
Oh yeah, I forgot. You could get ICDR if you go back to revisit Agua, but that's like so out of the way. I'm actually thinking of routing that out in the GBA version.
Death Warp.
Yes, it'll be on the RPG Limit Break channel.
Hunter and Death Warp.
Nice slam.
It is convenient how often the game resets your Death Warp point to where you want to go anyway.
Yeah.
It is kind of funny how most of the cave designs in Breath of Fire 1 are just like grids of horizontal and vertical funnels.
Yeah.
It's very geometric.
Yeah. I mean, let's give them some credit. This was their first attempt at something like this.
Oh, that wasn't really explicitly a criticism. It's unusual. It stands out. I cannot think
I
of
do
very
like
many
it.
other games I can think of that has dungeon design like that.
My impression when I played this game was the music was very unique yet fitting for a Super Nintendo game. Like a lot of it reminded me of Capcom's Aladdin game.
Hmm.
In terms of like the sound effects.
I think in our community, I'm in the minority preferring the Breath of Fire 2 music to Breath of Fire 1. However, having now spent the last several months immersed in Breath of Fire 1, I do appreciate it more. The gap is smaller than it used to be.
I like that there's multiple dungeon themes in this game compared to 2. I have not played Lufia 2. Oh, and then the other thing is the colors in this game are really nice for a Super Nintendo game.
Yep.
Like how much variety that they have.
I like the
vibrance,
actual
too.
sprite work in Breath of Fire 2 better. I think it's just slightly more elegant, a little less cartoony. But the colors, I agree. They have very similar color palettes, and they both look very nice.
Mm-hmm.
Semaphore does somewhat tarnish Breath of Fire 2. Fortunately, you don't have to listen to it all that. But I think I need to do a mental inventory before I really stake my reputation on this position, but I think of all Super Nintendo RPGs I can think of, I like Breath of Fire 2's sprite art. The Breath of Fire 2's sprites are just very pretty. Alright, this guy.
This guy's quite a funny one.
Alexa, play Ocean Man.
Ocean Man.
It's also funny just how quick the Thunder Dragon murders him. Like, you barely have time to kill anyone off. Landy is a documented Boff 2 hater. Hey, Nachidon! Glad you could make it. Well, we're presently 8 minutes ahead. We're having a good time, or at least I'm having a good time. It's very satisfying seeing the fruits of my labor in its finished form. Like, I have been immersed in making this task where, like, you spend an entire weekend and, like, you do one boss. So getting to see it all in one go like this is cool.
Actually, I never fought Taiga, so I actually don't know what that fight looks like.
He's got a pretty cool sprite.
I heard. I just never seen it because I think in the time I like picked what my heart said, and like I ended up picking the thing where he's like, "Oh, so you're okay with us?" And I'm like, "Sure, I guess that's what the story wants me to do." He's like, "Okay, then we don't have to fight."
Yeah. Ah, now we get our Dark Daggers, at last, after a bit of talking.
Yes. Funny enough, you can either get them here in Prima or you could get them in Tunland. Because there's
Oh,
also yeah, there's also or Toonland, as some people suspect it's supposed to have been called. There is a also a Gobi shop that you can set up there.
I never knew about that. Huh.
Yeah, funny enough, I saw that was where someone did it in one of the Breath of Fire 1 races back in the day.
Interesting.
And they got it first try.
Sure, why not, right?
Yeah.
I'm sure it's optimal to do it here because like we're 2 steps away from the door anyway. It is kind of annoying that you have to walk outside to set the flag.
You have to walk outside. Oh, like a second time after getting the sphere?
Yeah, once you get the sphere, it doesn't update the flea market to its second set of items until you actually walk outside of Prima.
You know what? I always wondered that because I couldn't force it to happen when I got to this flag.
Look at that beautiful
Interesting.
long wait. And that's me having like $100 left. It's remarkable how well the money route worked out. Like when I got here, I was prepared to have to rewind and figure out somewhere that I could make something drop that I could sell if I wasn't going to have enough money, but it worked out perfect.
No, the speedrun route itself doesn't, but the task does. You know what? We need to get people on figuring that out because it could be RTA viable. Like, figuring out what exactly is the triggers for... Because right now, just watching you do it, it seems like the item is determined specifically from the frame at which you advance to the next text box after the fish comes to you and says, "What can I do for you?"
Yes, that's correct. So you'd have to save in Prima, do a hard console reset. You'd have to load in, walk over to the flea market, summon the guy, and all of that you could do with Turbo. It should be fairly consistent. But the actual frame for the Dark Dagger just be like a metronome and your best shot at a 1/60th of a second timing. So it would not be easy, but it is at least conceivably doable.
Mm-hmm. Because it's probably, like, reasonable to be able to get it. Like, once you have blue, it should be fairly easy to do. Or you do it in Tunland, I guess. Tunland might be the easier way to do it.
That's true, yeah.
Because then you can do all the warping that you need, get, like, the money that you need, because you could do, you could go to Aria with blue and give the guy a massage again. And still have the money to buy all the marble ones you need.
This is a funny little... Yeah, I guess that would be one consideration in putting Dark Dagger to RTA, is RTA cares about its money. Buy marble ones.
Mm-hmm.
Like every dollar that you don't spend on a marble one is costing you some time.
Mm-hmm.
I do like that Imperial March song that I got to listen to for about 2 seconds.
I guess what affects your RNG values in this game, other than the frame?
Waiting and things that call RNG. For example, if you're
So does the
walking-
fish color that you get matter?
fish color? No, interestingly, it does not. I did try that.
I am, like, curious enough to like poke your head more about this now that someone's looked at it from a task point of view that's active in the community.
Yeah, happy.
I remember the last time that I've seen information on this when exploring the Discord was when Narestra and Andy Perfect were like kind of
Back in
actively
the day.
talking and speculating the game.
By the way, this boss fight is bugged.
Nice.
It's a fun fight to route because this like counter crit thing with works way better than you think it would.
Oh yeah, that totally does.
Right? I had no idea that was possible until I started trying things in this fight and then realized, oh, wait a minute. I guess these things have one defense, so Grang slams stuff. Unfortunately, there's no way to save that final turn. He'll always still have some health left that Karn needs to finish off, but it's still a very, very quick
Yeah. Maybe if you had Mogu.
fight. So that lost me approximately 15 seconds. Almost exactly 15 seconds. That's the time it took to get the second Dark Dagger.
Okay.
So the question is like, okay, over the course of the rest of the run, will having a second Dark Dagger save at least 15 seconds? And the answer is yes, so yes, not even close. It saves minutes. Like, the amount of time I save every boss fight between he and Zog because I have a second Dark Dagger is extreme. Not close. Fun fact, these little moving platforms lag the game. This screen is full
Yes.
of lag frames.
It's just like the volcano.
This is an example of a fight where the second Dark Dagger is just comically optimal. Look at that. Two turn, one auto battle, no menuing. That is so efficient.
Too good.
Yeah, as soon as I saw that fight, it was like instantly, okay, yeah, definitely. Second Dark Dagger, worth it, no question. I'm just trying to... I will say, I am glad that the game lets you come here, kill the G-Fly, and then go to the Frog Cave, because they very easily could have made the G-Fly not appear until you had gone to talk to the frogs to be told that you needed G-Fly. Because they do that
Yeah.
elsewhere. You have to go to point A, be told you need a thing from point B, go back to point B, go back to point A. Ugh.
Yeah, I could see them do some dumb shit like that.
And because Bleu left the party, I'm back to only 6 characters, so I have to do the combat Karn fusion to get someone out of the party again. Let's see, double Dark Daggers, still putting in hella work. And if I'm remembering right, I get to keep that red bar going into the Flower X fight, which is good.
That is good. You only keep it for the Flower X because then you get another party scene.
Although the Horn Toad does a lot of damage, so getting red bar back isn't that.
Mm-hmm.
Double Dark Dagger. Yep. Yes, I got 2 Dark Daggers, one for Karn, one for Ryu. It is, strictly speaking, not Ryu's best weapon. The Empire Sword is better, but the Empire Sword is also not available. The Dark Dagger is
Right.
his second best weapon. I would be willing to believe that actually against a lot of boss fights, the Empire Sword might not even be better than the Dark Dagger, unless the Empire Sword is Dark Element, which I don't think it is.
It's not, and you get it after Jade because it's right behind
Oh, then it doesn't.
his chair. Yeah, you'd only have it for Goddess.
What a letdown. But yeah, more than half the boss fights are Dark Element, and the way Breath of Fire 1 works, they are therefore weak to Dark Element. So not only is the Dark Dagger, like, incredibly powerful, I think is like base 140 power or something, but it also gives you elemental advantage against most bosses. Just ridiculous.
Indeed.
Yeah, it's the Shin damage multiplier, the Dark Weakness damage multiplier, the Slam damage multiplier, and the Red Bar damage multiplier, all stacking multiplicatively. There's a reason Shin is so good. Oh yeah, Cerberus with the big brain take. I wonder if Aruhamel is descended from this thing.
Possibly. I mean, we blow it up, so. But they exist on the world map elsewhere.
Very efficient. Double Dark Daggers continuing to be excellent. I think... Do I use Dragon at all?
The answer should be no, because you only have the baby ones. So
I use the
only
baby one against Bane, because Bane has absurd defense and isn't weak to dark. I can't think of any other case. Well, maybe against Dora?
because of the mist.
I mean, the dragon can miss too, but Mothra also is...
It doesn't count as a miss.
Oh, interesting. It's high defense and not weak to dark, if I'm remembering. I mean, I suppose we'll see when we get there, but if I'm remembering right, there is one boss that has the combo of high defense and not dark weak that makes the dragon actually important.
Interesting.
Also, since we had our Karn feat taken away from us, we have to do the fight in 2 turns rather than 3. That's fine. Sorry, 3 turns rather than 2. But it's still nice and efficient. And our forced heal. Big sad. Taking away my red bar. Oh, I also save a bunch of time here because Janus went to the weapon shop here to buy a winged sword for me.
Stupid.
Yeah,
Absolutely mental.
Not especially good. Like, if it didn't occur to him to get a second Dark Dagger, then fine, cool. But I'm pretty sure the damage he was doing with the winged sword wasn't enough to be worth getting. He could have just used it.
It probably was a suspicion of based off of what you mentioned or like asked me around it with whether or not you can get more than one.
Yeah.
Some people probably thought it was a unique weapon, and it wasn't until I like explored GameFAQs forums that people were asking like, how do you fish for this? I've gotten multiple of other end game weapon, the sleeper, but I've never seen the Dark Dagger. And then some people are like, really? I've seen like 5 Dark Daggers, but I have yet to get a sleeper. And so then at that point I was like, oh yeah, you could definitely get more than one then. Well, let me see if Charles can test that.
Oh, this is a look into the future of what a lot of our boss fights are going to look like. Just Karn slapping away.
I think at this point the RTA is at like 3 hours and 10 minutes.
Oh, right, I remember this now. I also set up a gorgeous Death Ward. Only Karn alive on like 10 HP.
I think that's how we normally do that in RTA. Same thing, Karn very low health.
Yeah, sir, people
well, actually,
getting one shot is going to be very normal for quite a while because I have not acquired a single piece of armor since fighting Gremlin. I picked up exactly enough armor to make the Gremlin fight feasible, and after that, I'm just doing all boss fights with cannon.
You know, I didn't really mention this to you, funny enough. Whenever Karn defuses, I don't know if it is like how much damage he took from his max health when in that form, but whenever he defuses, he comes out with lower health.
Yes.
So I vaguely remember that I've had him before take like maybe about a third of his health and damage, and he would have 1 health when he unfused.
Yep, I'm pretty sure it's exactly what you said. Just whatever his damage taken is retained between.
Yeah.
So if he has 300 out of 400 and he unfuses, then he's 50 out of 150 or whatever.
Yeah. You can't. The only people who can use Dark Dagger Cerberus are just Ryu and Karn.
Pretty sure he's a meme.
Oh, okay. I see. Oh, I just noticed you only need some duct tape. The funniest thing is, even though Ryu can use that Dark Dagger, I think there's only one other dagger that he can use. Or no, it's he can use a couple of Nina's weapons in the game.
Oh, interesting. Oh yeah, because Nina's using rapiers, isn't she? Huh.
Yeah.
I guess that is sort of in Breath of Fire 2. Some of Jean's rapiers can be equipped by Ryu, and others can't.
Oh my goodness. Well, if you don't already know, Bowie the hero has now put out a...
I'm just reading it. I heard my laptop get a Discord ping, so I opened it on my phone to see who would ping.
Yeah, I mean, we're now like talking in the sidelines, but just... I didn't know it was going to be that immediate.
Yep. Oh, life comes at you fast. Cool. I will look at that in more detail when...
Guys, we've made it a reality.
Don't let your dreams be memes. So one interesting difference is in RTA, you come here as soon as possible to get the Rod 5 and then go on a side quest episode, picking up dragon armor and getting the dragon transformations right?
We do that on the first pass here, so that because in RTA we go to Bane immediately after getting the sphere, but we need a little bit of help with that, and so we pick up the Rod 5 to grab the Dragon Sword, but also we pick up the Dragon Hat then for a little bit of extra beefiness because Bane hits hard without it. And then to answer Matthew's question, we're reviving the Breath of Fire relay races.
Yeah, Bowie is one of the OG Breath of Fire speedrunners. Posted in our Discord something that I didn't read the whole text because we're occupied. But yeah, Breath of Fire community events coming up, apparently. Stay tuned. So in the TAS, we don't do any of what was just discussed because we're busy slapping things to death with the Dark Dagger. We don't feel at the dragon form. So at the end of the game, once we have Nina's bird form, we're going to do all of them in a swoop. I do like this little spellcaster rivalry between. I wish all the Breath of Fire games wrote in more of that. Your party members actually reacting to other things that other party members say. There's me not forgetting to split yet again.
Hell yeah. Hit that button. Wait, why'd you go upstairs?
Hmm?
I just noticed, because I'm a little bit further behind in the feed. You didn't necessarily need to go upstairs there because
Oh.
the hole in the wall was blown open.
Oh, well, time saved for next task. Yeah, that's making me wonder, like, do I feel like redoing the last hour and a half of the task to correct a movement error? Probably not. I'm content to be...
Breath of Fire task relay.
Yeah, I only have to make 3 more tasks. It's fine. I am unlikely to ever attempt tasks of the other 3 games, because they're on a different system.
They're on 2 different systems.
True. Yep. Free time save for the next person. Exactly. I'm just left a little gift behind. Yeah, before I would even consider looking at a Breath of Fire 3 task, we would need an actual active, communicative member of our Discord running Breath of Fire 3. I know there's Zeal, but also, like, Zeal is a big, important streamer who doesn't talk in our Discord very much. I would not...
Uh,
That's not a criticism.
I see him.
He is around.
No. I mean, I've seen him like pop in and out like.
Yeah, he pops in and
throwing
out,
some
but
random
I would not be comfortable leaving him dozens of messages in the... I was like, hey, can you explain these 6 different mechanics for your game? The way I did with Blink.
Oh!
Which I absolutely did with Blink.
Yeah, I'm a degen.
Did I do something wrong?
No, I'm a degen, is what I said. Oh, I think Nis is mentioning about your mistake you made in Toonland.
Yes. So this was mentioned way early, but this is the dream world where Eunice using Marble 3 to avoid random encounters because he didn't know that all he had to do was just menu to switch blue slot. That I saved quite a bit of time. Acquired the mole. Now, if I remember right, we get a pretty cool looking death orb.
Yeah, this is gonna be a nice one.
That was set up all the way back at the Horn Toad. Another thing that makes me not look forward to learning this speedrun is this friggin' dungeon.
Oh, it's not as bad as you think. Okay. It's not as bad as you think. There are a lot of visual cues for it. And unfortunately for me, like, there was one run where I really messed it up, but that was just from me not paying attention. But like you're gonna see like right here when it goes invisible that there's different colors. So like in your first room, I mean the visual cue it's hard to really explain unless
No.
like I'm using a mouse cursor to really explain it. But
I know what you would do. I'm just not looking forward to learning it.
oh, okay. But that sounds like it means that you might want to learn it.
Oh, I am going to. Me learning Breath of Fire 1 RTA is not a matter of if, it is a matter of when. Because there is a bronze medal with my name on it. Cannot be allowed to remove possession of its current owner.
Totally agree.
I guess to be more precise, it's not learning very specifically this dungeon. It's just that Breath of Fire 1 has a lot of long maze-like dungeons that I would have to learn all at once.
To be fair, I've run this game, and I have just like I do the same thing with Breath of Fire 2, but I've memorized this one a lot better back in the day. I'd probably have to bring up my notes again. I used to use a PowerPoint that just had all the maps up with like lines that showed me how to run through each dungeon.
Quickly point out, here is I think our first or second instance of the swapping in a blank party member trick, because we have a third party member in reserve. So I was able to swap out Blue and then swap out Nina, and now immediately go to auto battling. And yes, I am using the baby dragon here.
Got it.
Yeah, so you can sort of see from Karn's damage numbers, because Ryu doesn't have the damage bonus from Shin. So the upgrade from the Dark Dagger to the Thunder Dragon isn't a huge damage increase, but also it's a long boss fight. This guy has a lot of health, so it doesn't take that much time to set up, and it is a damage boost.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's because this guy isn't Dark weak. If this guy were Dark, then the dragon would obviously be incorrect.
Right. You didn't split.
Yeah, I did.
Oh, okay. You split after the. Never mind. I was delayed.
Oh, yeah. I have been splitting on the fade outs so that the times account for level up text.
Yeah, I was gonna say that even if, for like Ryu's case with the dragon, even if the miss animation plays, he still takes the damage since it's magical, and that is only, that like ability of his dodging only works on general attack commands. So he only dodges physical damage.
Okay.
But because of how the coding works, Ryu's attacks fall under the attack command, so the script like causes him to still do a dodge versus a regular attack.
Yep.
But because it being magical, he still takes the damage.
It is still worth avoiding in the task because the dodge animation is a little slow.
Yeah.
Look, Landy, I am not a Quebecois. My approximation of French pronunciation is never going to be so good.
He has a certain je ne sais quoi.
Look, I'm better than the people who just call her Blue. Her name is not Blue.
Call her Patan. Expedition 33 just makes me laugh with how much of like Franglish they use.
Oh, that's cool. I have not yet played that game, but I will sooner or later. The people who call her Deus, acceptable. Oh, another fun little optimization, or rather just error correction. Your death save point gets set to Spire after you kill Moat. You don't need to actually go into Spring. Sorry, did I say Spire? I meant Spring. You don't need to go into Spring to collect the warp point or to set up a death warp there or anything. It just is done automatically. And Janus went out of his way to walk into Spring to get the warp point. Unnecessarily. Just forfeited 6 seconds for no reason.
Question.
Yeah.
Oh, you said he walked into Spring to get the warp point.
Yep.
Oh, okay. I thought you were saying as a death warp or something.
No, because he didn't actually save. He just walked into Spring and then walked out of it again. And
Okay.
He does the same thing in Carmen, and you get both of them for free because the game just auto sets your death warp point there.
Gotcha. Yeah, I was curious because, like you were mentioning, I wasn't sure if the death warp would be faster or not versus the Like, I'm guessing from an RTA perspective, if like the death warp would be faster than just a regular warp.
RTA, pretty sure regular warp is faster, because then you can keep Ryu at low health for a death warp after the thing talk. It's specifically because the task can manipulate a shock hit.
You don't get the warp point nitro, no. You'd have to actually enter the town in order to get it as a warp point, but you would get that from the death warp.
Yeah, once you death warp into spring, you then have the spring. So I will have it when I... I also want to know what the design thought process is behind Spire. Like, there's these gigantic empty rooms with cool backgrounds and literally nothing else. They're just big squares.
Yeah, I think that it's probably they were just on crunch time at this point,
Yeah.
but I would say that like thematically they probably would just be like, oh, each room is its own like weather thing for the world
It's
or
a
for the
cool
area.
idea. It's just these rooms did not need to be this big and also this empty. One or the other.
Mm-hmm.
Imperial March! Split. Yep. Oh, right. Yeah, okay, let's discuss the 3 minutes I just saved. That's the time that Gainus spends getting Doof and Puka. So here's the thing. Doof and Puka are useful in exactly 3 fights the way Gainus did it, and 2 fights the way I did it. The way I did it is faster. They're relevant for Moat, Searle, and Zog if you don't get Agni for... But Agni for Zog is faster than doing it with Rura and Puka, so having Puka for Zog doesn't. The Doof and Puka transformations only help Moat, Searle. I guarantee you, he does not save 3 minutes on those 2 boss fights. In fact, his are slower than mine anyway. I have the transformation.
Speaking of that, Landy, do you actually get a warp point for Wisdom at all? Because I was under the impression that's a no, because it moves. And I didn't think it necessarily had a dragon statue in it.
We'll see if we can get a glimpse the next time I spell menu somewhere, but I'm pretty sure Wisdom is. Because Wisdom has a dragon statue, and Warp sends you to dragon statues.
I mean, technically, the Dreamland also has a dragon statue.
Okay.
But also, you can't enter Wisdom early. Like, it needs to be part of the story trigger. Yes, it has a warp. Okay.
This dungeon would not be bad in a speedrun, because I can just, like, write down, like, first spinny, hold left, second spinny, hold down. That's fine. But casually, this has got to be so frustrating.
Oh, it was. But yeah, I was watching Jin, and like, you know, you got the do song, and he's like left down up, right left. I see, okay. What a weird fucking town. Oh man, I am in love right now with the fact that a relay race is upon us.
Oh, here's a cool thing. Look at me deliberately walking through as many pain tiles as I can without slowing down my actual movement.
Wait, does the actual TAS, or like, sorry, I shouldn't say actual, does the previous TAS avoid all of them?
No, sorry, not that. But like when you are walking, you can like avoid tiles or you can walk over pain tiles, and it's the same amount of walking either way.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I have deliberately walked over as many pain tiles as I could to get a couple extra points of damage on Karn.
Oh, in that case, and this might help you a little bit more in the future. Um, on the floor before the one that has all the stair tiles, you can do an alternate path that actually walks through the pain tiles to get to the stairway. I don't know the exact pathing because I don't know it, but the GBA versions do it. Um, Even though I think it's the same number of steps.
Okay.
But you could do that
I
if you're
got what
trying to
I
look for more
needed.
damage.
The thing is every individual point of damage is not equal because enemy damage numbers aren't like a continuous distribution. Like there's exactly
Gotcha.
4 different damage numbers they can hit. And putting, I think, 2 extra points of damage on Karn meant that one of Moat's damage ranges was enough to put Karn in red bar, and without the extra 2 points of damage, it would not have put him in red. So the extra 2 points of damage were all I needed. Which is very cool that it worked out that way. You can see the red bar strats hard at work here. Combination of red bar, dark dagger, and cannon fodder.
I have to assume that Scythe is Cerberus.
Yes, they are.
Okay. Like Rexton about the relay race goes, I'm available for 5, and Scythe goes, the Rexton of BOF Relay 3 is upon us. And Rexon goes, what does that mean? Thinking face, he's like, oh, I should have expected nothing less of you. I don't know the context of the story, but I feel like Cerberus hit a nerve.
They are a documented pun enjoyer. And that was a Moat fight. I am very proud of that Moat. So here's the thing with Moat that makes manipping that so much more challenging, but also so much more rewarding. The things that affect RNG are time and RNG calls. And because Moat's sprite has that like color pixel gimmick, those colors call RNG when they're generating Moat's sprite. So unlike every other boss in the game, where like it produces their sprite and drawing the sprite has no randomness involved in it. If I wait a frame and start the fight 1 frame later, every call that is made to RNG to generate Moat's sprite produces different RNG results, so I end up with a completely different RNG space. Whereas in another fight, if I wait a frame, I get the same RNG space as just 1 frame later. I haven't gained anything. So basically, by waiting an additional frame before starting both halves of the Moat fight, you can do it on both Phase 1 and Phase 2, basically I get to re-roll my RNG.
Interesting.
Which is how I was able to get such a good Moat fight, is I tried, I think, 20 or 30 different frames, and like the things that I was looking for were incredibly unlikely, but because I had that extra power to just re-roll RNG completely at the beginning of the fight at almost no cost, I was eventually able to find a frame where it worked. And as far as I can tell, it's the only fight in the game where that happens. And as a disclaimer, I should say, that thing about the randomness in Moat's sprite generation, I didn't actually go and look at memory to confirm that's how it worked. I'm just pretty sure that's how it worked because Moat's sprite is visibly randomized. It looks different. And I do know that RNG calls update the RNG. I'm inferring that that's what's going on. I could be mistaken, but I don't think I am. But it's not just that you can do that, but you are also incredibly incentivized to do it because Moat's attack animation is one of the slowest things in the game. Like, it's somewhere to 6 or 7 seconds per attack or something. It's horrific. So it is hugely beneficial to be able to shave off even a single turn, which is why like manipulating multiple slams, all high roll damage ranges, etc. was so important.
It's funny that his Fire Geyser spell is his fastest
I
animation.
know, right? So with these warp tiles, I didn't test this extensively, but I think there's something where like continuing to move in the direction you were warping or something like that, can either gain or lose a frame based on something to do with these warp tiles. And
At 3... Oh, sorry, go ahead. Sorry.
I'll just finish the thought. The reason I know that is because in a tile-based movement system like this, every tile you walk is ordinarily 16 frames. So just taking a different path with the same number of steps and the same number of warp tiles should produce something that takes the same amount of time. And in fact, in the room coming up here, taking different paths saved me 3 frames. And I think the only way that's possible is if the warp time isn't perfectly consistent in all directions. So the path that I'm taking here is different from the one Blink takes, and it is 3 seconds faster with optimal movement.
Is it in this room?
Yep. Yeah, it's this big one.
Okay. I'm paying attention.
If you'd like to save 3 seconds, my gift to you.
Makes sense. So it just reduces 1 warp tile that you need to take?
No, it's the same number of warp tiles. It's the same number of steps, the same number of warp tiles, but for whatever reason,
I don't have to
animates
walk.
3 seconds faster.
Yeah, because I don't have to walk. Interesting, okay. I think there's like maybe...
It's a 3 frame difference, or at least it was when I tried it. So it's extremely minimal, but hey, three frames is 3 frames.
Okay. What was I gonna say?
Cerberus asked where you would usually be at the 3-hour mark, RTA.
Oh, at this point we would be like in Gust, and I think I might have already finished Roach. In my world record run, I finished Roach already. Just kind of gauging from my splits. I have a Roach kill at 259, which I think is honestly probably near like the optimal time you would get there. Like given like maybe plus a minute. So I think like the best Roach kill you might get is like a 258 if you're going for a Bane first strategy. If we rerouted with like Dark Dagger strats, then we're in a completely different territory and I have no idea. But I would say that in RTA you're probably around the Gust area at this point, just starting it.
Another minor optimization. The old TAS shuffles the party to put Bo in the front to walk through the forest and then menus again to fuse Shin afterward. Presumably because Janus didn't know that Shin can walk through forests too. Although credit where it's due, he did figure out the flea death warp by getting hit by shock. That was in the old TAS, which is a non-obvious idea. So credit to him. Yeah. server's gonna proof call my things that might be spliced. Yeah, I guess if you missed the movement through the tile maze, you're gonna get a second chance to see it, because they just make you do this dungeon twice, which is real cool of them.
But technically a third time, but they already put you at the top.
Yeah, thanks.
On the first floor, the GBA versions do an alternate route, but I'm hesitant to think it's faster.
I tested both routes. So you and Janice did something different in the first floor, and I tested both, and yours is clearly faster, not even close.
I don't know what Janice did, but okay.
So you go all the way
I'll take a look
up
at it.
the right side of the wall. He went left.
Yes.
Like through the middle.
He went the... Okay, yeah, that's what the GBA did.
Significantly slower.
By, like, how much?
Several seconds.
Ooh, that is really bad.
Yeah, like, I didn't measure it, because when I realized that it's over 5 seconds faster, it's like, I don't need to know exactly how much more than 5 seconds faster it is, it's not close. Landy points out that the skull bracelet would allow for RTA to see a shock death, but they would still have to get the right fight and have it cast shock.
Yeah. I'm almost under the impression that the ideal strat that you're going to want to do on Moat is you're probably going to want to have Karn have... Can Karn even wear the Echo Hat? I guess that would be the strat, is you give Karn the Echo Hat, you force Ryu to die in the second phase of Moat, and then you just end the fight, like, with 1 or 2 turns left to kill him.
So this is the one fight where Puka is a genuine advantage. Shin. Even with red bar and slams, Shin's damage caps out around 750. And that's because Searle is not Darkwing. So Puka in the Searle fight. Well, you can't tell because I saved time elsewhere in between the Death Warp and Searle. Yeah, I saved time because I had better movement in that first floor. But he did get a Searle fight that was a second or two faster than mine by having Puka instead of Shin. But like his 3-minute Puka investment has paid off in a 2 seconds faster Searle fight, and that's all he's going to get out of it.
Yeah, looking at the middle of the room strategy again, it's miserably slower.
Yes. Right? Yeah, I'm sure he just had never seen anybody go up the right and didn't. Because you don't even have to finish testing to very clearly see that it's bad.
Yeah.
Also, on the probably very small chance that Janus ever watches this video, I promise this is not me having an insane superiority complex. I readily admit most of the stuff in this task is directly copied from either Blink or from the old 2010 tasks. My actual novel contributions are pretty small, and it's mostly just optimizing the boss fights.
I will confidently say that a lot of it is just outdated strats.
Which makes
We just
sense
had to have a lot of smarter people, like...
It's a 15-year-old task. You kind of do expect technology to evolve in 15 years.
Or just the perspective that people have. Because
yeah,
technology hasn't really evolved for this.
Well, technology in the, like, speedrun tech sense. Like, there is known speed tech that was not known 15 years ago.
Gotcha, okay. Because, yeah, like... A lot of speedruns have evolved in, like, actual tech where they, like, do RNG manips now by crazy stuff.
Yeah, like, everything we're doing is stuff that could have been done in 2010, but nobody knew about it, so it wasn't done.
Yeah.
The funky time travel plot in the middle of the story? Yeah.
I mean, like, it makes sense for this game because this game is just like it's just a funky adventure.
It
Why
is.
not?
It's like the original series Star Trek, where like they just go to the Chicago planet one episode, and you're just supposed to not have a problem with it.
Yep.
It is a different style of storytelling. Alright, set up a split for the time key because there's otherwise a huge gap with no boss fights. Hey, I saved 4 seconds. So, remember that the original time that you see there is 4:14:52, and my goal was to get sub 4, so I had to save 15 minutes. At this point, I've saved 13 and a half of them, but I have almost no boss fights left in which to save time. There's Bane and Avian to get Ryu Dragon transformations, but those are very straightforward fights. It's hard for me to save time on them. Zog, and then there's Go to Jade Goddess. And I will save a little bit of time on Zog by using it, but not a minute and a half. So maybe I can squeeze out 30 seconds of boss optimization, but that still leaves me a minute. I have to dig up a minute somewhere. And where I find it is very funny. We'll come back to that thought in a little bit. Ina once again should not be allowed to pilot the ship.
I think back to Monetary Dragon, like simulating his splice detection and just mentioning about how floaty everything feels.
Yep.
And now we have bird form, which is probably the most floaty thing if you think about it from a non-pun perspective, but also from a pun perspective.
No, I know exactly. Oh, I had to sacrifice a bit of time here. Coming out of this
For
door,
the CNET?
coming out of this door, that person body blocks you in daytime only. And because I have saved so much time relative to the old TAS, Annis was in evening at this point, so he didn't get body blocked there. I was very upset about that. Here's an interesting little thing. It's one tile of movement slower to do what I just did there. You could menu to put Ox in the front of your party, get the nut, walk into Tunlin, then you leave Tunlin and you're already, like, you just immediately open the menu and warp away. Whereas the way I did it, walking out of Tunlin, then I have to take a step over to get the nut. But even though it's a tile of movement slower, it's actually faster. Doing it the other way, where you get the nut first, you have to open menus twice immediately after loading into an area, and there's a short delay on that. If you just loaded into an area and want to immediately open a menu, it takes slightly longer than if you were like in the middle of walking through somewhere and then stop to open the menu. Because it's still...
Is Ox already in your party at this point? Or like at the front of your party at this point, like right here when you're doing the CNET thing? Or did you swap him?
No, you had to swap him. Which is like you had to menu to swap him into the front. I might be misremembering operations here. I tested it. I tested it both ways, and the way that was a tile of movement faster was still a second slower. Which was a surprise to me, but yeah, it's just because immediately opening the menu after you load into an area is less efficient than otherwise.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out like when might be a more optimal point to get that C nut where you have Ox in the front and can be near a palm tree.
It's not. I think that's the secondary issue. The main thing is that the way it saves you a tile of movement is you can just leave tunneling and immediately open the menu, rather than stepping a tile and then opening a menu. But there isn't actually much difference between the two, because opening the menu
Oh
without
no,
stepping a tile is wasted anyway.
I'm not like trying to solve the problem of the lady blocking you.
Oh, yeah, that's a different thing. Optimal W ant. Yep. In theory, if it were a thing that could drop from a boss, it would be worth it to manipulate it and save walking up those stairs, but that's not a thing.
Yeah, the only 4 W ants I know of in the game are that one, the one that we talked about earlier in the forest dungeon, um, and then there's one in Aria in one of the houses, and one upstairs in the guy who gives you the icicle.
According to the Novalia documentation, those are the only four.
Yeah. Other than you, like, just getting a fucking...
From hunting?
like, yeah.
Also not worth. Alright, Burbget. Yeah, you can get the C-Nut earlier. I'm pretty sure Blink does get it earlier. I think...
I get it on the first pass of Tunlin,
Yeah,
but...
I think time-wise it's the same, but then you have the C-Nut clogging your inventory for half the game.
And regarding what Landy is saying, I don't think Ox is the front of your party at that point, because you just got Shin, so Karn's the front of your party.
Scanned! Okay, here's a question. Did I do this wrong? Do you actually have to step all the way in front of that little panel? I know that when you're putting the good parts in, you can do it as you walk by. I did not
You can do it. You can do... Let me see. No, you could get it one tile early.
Yeah.
It's like a frame perfect input where you can get it as like they're about to walk, and you do like Jin got it in his run, where you get it as they're going to transition from like that tile to the tile you're supposed to be on, and you do it at a specific frame.
Yeah, afterward, when I came back to Stand and I was looking at your video, I saw you got it when you were putting the good parts in. Like, you know what? It might be possible to do it on the first one as well, but I do not want to go back and try it again because I'm almost done and I want to finish this stupid thing. So there we go. There's another 30 frames for the next guided TAS this game. You talking about nuts like this and you'll get demonetized? I know.
Specifically the C nuts.
Yeah, do not make any typos when spelling C-nut. You will get banned.
By using the C word.
Yep.
Oh, in this channel you'll get banned?
No. I have banned literally one person ever, and we all know who it is. I'm just joking.
Gotcha.
But, side quest time. Okay, so at this point, the splits are going to become extremely fake because Yanis and I did all of this stuff in completely different ways. I'm fairly confident that my ordering is correct for a TAS.
Credit here for this one. This one is a Shawnee discovery.
Okay.
Because Shawnee figured out that... Well, I mean, Shawnee knew that you could just get the eye claw as soon as you get the bird form. But Shawnee was just trying to figure out because historically the runs would just get the eye claw here at the very end of the game before you go to the final dungeon. Oh, this was my discovery.
Left list. Yep.
I rediscovered this because we've lost this knowledge to time, as that's the most optimal way to get it.
That is such a funny story.
I only found out because I was watching Jaceed's GBA runs, and I was like, wait, you can do that?
Yeah.
Because Jaceed hasn't had a world record in on the SNES version in a while, so I didn't even bother looking at his runs to do it, but
who
neither.
looks at like thrice outdated world record videos when they're learning a run? You just sort of
Yeah,
assume
so
that
I.
communities don't lose knowledge.
Yeah, that's incredible. But yeah, I found out that that's a good 2-second time save right there that we have in the bank for future runs.
So for all of the
Um,
side questing stuff here, I have to do 2 passes because I haven't done any of the dragon armor fishing, and I can't do the 2 northern dragon shrines to get Dra and Agni until I've done the Bane shrine, which is by Gant. So I have to go
and
up north to
also
do the
getting the
fishing.
sword.
Yeah, I have to go up north to do the fishing, come back down here to get Bane, and then go back up to beat Avian and get Agni. So I have to do 2 laps anyway, and given that I have to do 2 laps, I think I have made them as efficient as possible. So I do 1 big lap here, I go up to do fishing, I come down the right-hand side of the map to do the eye claw stuff, and I missed the eye claw split. Very good, very good. And then come down here to get the dragon hat, then go over to Gant and Bane, which are right beside each other, then Scanned, and then another lap because you have to go to get the D Heart from Tunlin, and I have to get Rudra and Agni. That's my second loop.
It's such a disappointment you have to get this dragon hat
I know, right?
in order to get Agni.
Like, it makes sense from a design perspective. Like, if they're going to make the dragon equipments mandatory, then they should all be mandatory. But yeah, it would have been a nice way to save some time.
It's really cool coming to Gant at night. Because I've never seen it, but
Yeah.
but like the lack of NPCs is just beautiful, actually.
When? I think we don't actually rejoin Dennis until Agua. Because he only gets Agni right before he enters Agua, whereas like I'm gonna get it very shortly. Once we've both entered Agua, then we'll have like synced up. Same point again. Watching
Does he get
giant
iClaw early as well?
No, he gets iClaw late. Oh, that's true. Oh, yeah, does he not get iClaw until after Aqua? Maybe we don't sync up until the Obelisk. Frick.
Yeah, probably. Because yeah, historically that's how runs did it. They used to just get it right after Agua because from Drogon you could just fly right and it was simple for them that way.
Yeah.
Nobody really thought to map out like, oh, if I'm going up to like the top dragon shrine or like near thereabouts, I can just fly right, go down after I get like the broken parts, and like fly right to do the iClaw quest, and then fly to Gant. That one was a thing that Shawnee7188 figured out, and was his contribution to updating the route. And as a result, it saved about somewhere between 15 and 30 seconds. I don't remember the exact number because we've been doing it now for a really long time. And that one was not hotly contested.
That is the actual final use of the baby dragons, and that's another example of a boss with high defense and no dark weakness, making the Dark Dagger suboptimal.
Funny enough, I think that boss has a wind weakness.
It does, although it's still got its defense is too high, so the wing sword that Janus picked up didn't even help him there.
I bet.
Yeah, for whatever reason, those bosses just have absolutely I guess it's because they want to force you to use the lower level dragon forms, but yeah, they have sky high defense.
Yeah.
So there's just
all of them do,
yeah.
Surprisingly.
Oh yeah, hence the doing Talon with the E key and just suffering.
Yeah.
Alright, welcome to the fun elevator. We love the elevator.
This is like the equivalent of the Metal Gear Solid 3 ladder.
Yep. This elevator is where I'm saving my final minute.
Oh, because he went back down.
Yep. You have to take the elevator up, talk to the guy, and then you can just exit from here, and it takes you outside. But Janus didn't know that, so he rode the elevator all the way back down, and it's just straight up lose a minute. So, as soon as I saw this was the point at which I became very confident that the sub 4 was happening. Because at this point, even if I don't save any more time relative to the old TAS, I'm already paced to sub 4. It doesn't look like it from the splits, but like the splits are fake. We discussed this. Time for Avian. Oh, I lose time on this fight. This is interesting. This is a good example of how, like, you think that a task controls the RNG, therefore there's no randomness. But realistically, it is functionally random. Like, the state of the RNG is determined by everything up until this point. And Janus just loads into this fight with godly RNG for no good reason. He was able to find multiple turns where he dodges and slams, and therefore he was able to do this fight without healing. And you need minimum, I think it is 2 miss slam turns, and even then it only works if Avian low rolls almost all of his damage rate. Unless you get obscenely lucky, this cure is close to mandatory.
Yeah, in RTA, this fight we usually would use the Fire Dragon.
Yeah.
So this is another fight that, like, if I'm willing to throw away runs, I'd probably go Bolt Dragon from now on, because the animation's just faster. The Fire Dragon is nuts. But you, with the Fire Dragon, you will have 1 turn less from Avian, and he does a lot of damage. So having 1 turn less means that you're less likely to die / need to heal from him, and therefore it's the safer strat. And I think that's what we've always done, because at this point in the run, we'd be about close to 4.5 hours into the run.
Oh, Landy, we're answering your... Oh, I think Landy's headphones ran out. Can you answer him in chat? Landy is just asking exactly this question. Why are we using electric and not fire? And it's just because the fire animation is literally like 6 seconds slower.
Per use?
Yeah. It is comical how much slower. You can almost get 2 turns with the lightning dragon for 1 turn of the fire. Like full turn cycles. If remembering off the top of my head, I'm pretty sure it's 5 attacks for fire and 7 attacks for lightning. But the fire turns are almost twice as slow.
It's 5 marbles that we use with the fire form.
Yep, and it's 7 with lightning.
And
I can tell you that.
okay.
Yeah, I learned that the fun way, because I saw Janus using lightning, and I saw you using fire, so the very first attempt I did was fire, and got a fight that I thought looked pretty decent. And then I lined it up against Janus's and just let them both play, and his was like 10 seconds faster. Where the hell did he get all that time from? Yeah, it's just the animation.
Yeah. And menuing.
Yeah.
But I guess if you count like the frames that you're waiting to get the good RNG, that could count as like the menu.
Yeah, even with Janus's obscene luck finding all of those miss slam turns that I just didn't have. I looked, they weren't there. My RNG did not have them. Even with that, my fight is only a couple seconds slower because he has to spend so much time waiting for the frames that gave him those.
Mm-hmm.
It did save him time. It was optimal, but it was not by as much as you'd think.
Right.
D-Heart? And it is basically it's the same story in some other fights that I've healed on, like Knight and Talon. In theory, yeah, you can do those with miss slams and keep red bar the whole time, but the amount of time you will waste waiting for frames where you get your miss slam, it would have been faster to just heal. Elevator, part 2. I kind of love that they put this in here. There's no reason that this elevator needs to be this long and this slow, but they chose to, and I respect it. And then just when you think you're at the top, there's a second elevator. This is actually a comedy routine.
I could totally have understood this if this was the final boss.
Yep.
And they'd like set it up entirely for it to be the final dungeon.
It's interesting that like whoops, there's more final bosses. But I mean,
Yeah.
the upcoming plot twist is interesting. And like the existence of the goddess as a big bad is at least established in the story. So
Pax, have you heard that Spaceballs 2 is coming?
yeah, I did see that. I'm still not convinced it isn't an elaborate April ruse. Pronounced every word in that sentence wrong. But, I mean, I'm willing to give it a shot, yeah. Baseballs was good.
It's the final gauntlet!
That's a good song. Yeah, the whole Zog is the big bad and then whoops, there's more game is done a lot better in BoF 1 than it is in Final Fantasy IX. Final Fantasy IX has got to be the most egregious whoops extra final boss out of nowhere in any game I've ever seen. And we used our one emergency cure in the Onion fight, so we picked up this cure for the goddess fight because it is basically nothing. If you want to do the goddess without healing, you have to dodge more than half her attacks. Good luck with that. That's another example of technically possible, not worth the time. Alright, and now, one of my favorite fights.
The fight with a man that's weak to everything.
And really just wants to give you kisses. If I'm remembering right, I think I found a magical frame in the second phase here.
Oh man, it's familiar.
I have fond
I have-
memories of watching your stream complaining about not getting enough dragon kisses.
I have an emote for that.
Oh, nice. Rip the run. Was I able to do this entire thing on a single auto battle? I don't remember. This was a couple weeks ago now.
Yeah, the E key there, because this boss has 6,000 HP in one of the phases and 10,000 in the other. The E key is to save on needing to use like one of the long animation attacks that Agni has.
I cast Idol on the goddess so she can slam. Not in the TAS, I don't. In TAS, the enemies do what I want them to. Which is why this guy is giving me so many kisses.
Landy's just looking for you to use like all the obscure knowledge in the task for memes.
I completely understand the appeal. Every time I am able to work an obscure bit of tech into a Breath of Fire run somehow, I love it.
The reason you can't do it turn 1, Nitro, is because the way the game prioritizes your turn, it doesn't prioritize it based on your act. It will do that as a third priority item. The first priority items that happen in a turn are heals and buffs, and then following that are transformations. And then the third priority is act first for all turn orders.
Okay, yeah, it was a single auto battle. Go me. I'm so good at this. And yet,
So
saved 10 seconds using Agni.
So then to further end that discussion, items would fall under a priority 3 queue. So the transformation would happen first before the E key. There has been speculation though with things like that where using buffs before the transformation happens in order to mitigate damage, like if you use a fort or maybe a luck bonus or maybe an act bonus in order to outturn the boss. Like things that like that have been speculated for different parts of the run RTA.
Oh. Yeah, using Fort on Ryu against the goddess might be interesting.
Well, I mean, I guess that's near the end of the game, so you could do that.
Yeah. Because health against the goddess is actually an issue in the TAS. Because we want to do it with only a single cure, and it's barely enough.
Wait, why would Nina go last? It doesn't prioritize act for your healing spells? Because, like, let's say it's Nina or Ox that are doing a healing. I would expect Ox to go last since he's the slowest character.
That is very big if true.
Landing throwing the obscure facts.
There is quite a bit of weirdness in this game with how different characters are treated. Like, according to Novalia's documentation, there are some enemies that just prioritize targeting Nina, which is very funny. The code just says specifically screw Nina. That's amazing.
That is awesome. It's really sad that in this section there's not like an opportunity where exit can work.
Yeah, that
like it would be nice
so
after
much time.
Yeah, like if you were able to use exit after you have this whole thing where the moles go into the hole, that would be awesome, but I don't think it works in this room.
If it does work and nobody ever noticed, that is very funny.
Or even in this room, but I think this counts as a house. Yeah, I mean, if we want an exit to work, we should just take the elevator again.
Yep.
Oh, and I guess that's another bit of time that the RTA could save here, was if I'm just being risky, I don't have to actually go for the Star Shield, because that is an area where I did it just so I could get my sub 5.
That's what protects you against Rub on Jade?
Yeah.
Yep.
Apparently in the GBA version, Tide Hat actually works to protect against Rub.
Oh, interesting.
So they just keep the Tide Hat that they get from Prima. Yeah, like I know the roaches target priority on Blue and Nina.
I do appreciate the number of door slides doing on.
Yes. I think I only realized on the last door that I was like, wait, I could do this here.
Yep. I think it works on every door you have to open.
Yeah, I think so too. I only just like realized because it's so few doors that
Yeah.
works on.
Cerberus says that roaches have target priority on packs. True and also hilarious.
That's only when they're trying to revive. They do like a special bit check to see if Pax is playing the game, and then they just it increases the revive rate. Speaking of that, has there been any updated news regarding the really longathon race?
Nope. I have submitted just as a solo category for now, and then later, closer to the date, if there's enough interest for a race, we can submit it.
Okay. Since we have the event for Breath of Fire 1 in a month, I'm probably gonna start doing practice attempts at the run every
Cool.
week.
Cerberus, I put Breath of Fire 2 runs on the back burner while I was working on this because I only have so much Breath of Fire energy on a given week. Now that the TAS is done, I do have every intention of going back to off 2. This has been an interesting diversion.
What's interesting is I have a suspicion that there might be something in this room.
Like a faster route?
With like the button presses. Maybe.
Huh.
I feel like a lot of people have just done one single route, but I'm wondering if there might just be a faster one. Kind of in the same way that you found 3 frames.
Yeah. Worth a look.
Yeah. And here is Mogu's time to shine.
Yep. Oh yeah, I save a tiny smidge of time here. Mogu's attack animation is slightly faster than Ryu. Or no.
Is it actually?
Is it? No, it's the other way
Ryu's is.
around. Ryu's is faster. I tested both. I forgot what the conclusion was, but I tested both. Mogu doesn't get to do it.
Aww. It's a good thing that characters here don't have like a defend animation. Because I can't remember now. It's been a while, but Breath of Fire 2, do they have a defend animation?
Not one that takes time. Once you've selected defend, it just then switches their sprite to be the defend sprite.
Yeah, so it's like a really quick animation of them just like...
Functionally
Okay,
instant.
so yeah.
Zeph, yeah, normally this is a Breath of Fire 2 channel. This is my first time ever streaming Breath of Fire 1 content, and I could not be bothered to make an entire new one.
You should have just deleted the 2. Or just like put a black box in front of the 2.
Okay, so I did do something like that when I was streaming the mod for Final Fantasy VI. Once we're done, if somebody reminds me, Sarah Split, friggin' Pax, where were you a minute ago? I do have a modification of graphics overlay for FF6. I think it's funny. I will show it off in 20 minutes. Oh, hey, cool, Zeph. I hope you are enjoying. It's happy to be a purveyor of exclusive Breath of Fire 2 content. The $300 in the treasure chest still sitting there.
Yep. All those dragon dollars.
I've never missed a split in my life. I don't know what.
It's okay, we're about to see the massive jump in splits when you kill Goda. People are gonna think you splice splits.
So that's a fun trick. Opening that door with Nina still in the lead. Because normally pressing A summons the bird.
How do you do it?
You have to hold A while you are still in the flying in animation. You hold A from the start of the screen, walk up to the door, and then release A.
Release A at the door.
Yeah.
Like, do I have to still be holding it by the time that that I'm like at the door?
You have to you have to start holding A at a point where it won't summon the bird. The easiest time to do it is just before you've landed.
Okay. I guess does it even really matter though, because like you still have to switch to Mogu.
It is strictly swag strats. But it is pretty cool looking. Basically, you need the A press summons the bird, but an A release opens the door. So you just need to release A without pressing it at a time when pressing it would summon the bird.
Mm-hmm.
Somebody play the Mario music. You have a half an A press. You either press it or you don't.
Landy, what items reflect and which one has the highest probability? I'm like trying to rationalize this versus like grabbing Doof in the Earth Robe.
Alright. Time for the most non-event of a boss fight that ever existed. There isn't.
I always use this boss as a bathroom break.
Sure, why not? There isn't even anything to TAS. He only has one attack. You can't dodge it. You can't counter it. Attacks can't meaningfully crit. His attacks can't meaningfully. Nothing you do here matters.
Oh, right, they're 100% in dragon form. That's what you were saying. I'll need to test it a little bit more. I forgot if you actually take the damage.
I do find it kind of funny how Corta, Searle, and all get to do cool things, and then Goda just shows up at the end of the game, sucks, and dies.
Pretty typical. Oh man, it looks like we're getting Breath of Fire 3 coverage for that relay race.
Oh, nice.
It might be that we actually have an actual relay race. I suspect because magic is fixed damage. Okay, yeah, Echo Hat would be the one.
There's our glorious 15-minute time save.
And if I were to pick it up, it seems like the practical place to pick it up would be as I'm heading to Grimfowl probably in my current marble route because I have steps to spare. Wow, 15 minutes ahead at Goda.
Yeah, I don't think I save much time on this. There's not that much you can do wrong, because your attacks don't require any manipping, so you just manip them to use their fastest animations.
The game behaves really weirdly. Nice. I don't know if you mentioned if Jade was a point of issue for you with trying to survive without any healing. Like, were you
Nope.
able to do that okay?
Not a problem.
Okay.
With a decent amount of wiggle, too.
Got it.
I assume that RTA, he's a problem because he can cast Blizzard. You need the Earth to not get smacked for...
Mm-hmm.
His actual physical attacks are pretty placid.
Okay.
Yeah, it's slam for 50. I did not remember that, but it's such a non-issue, he can just have a slam for...
Yeah. Gave you a little love tap there.
So he can do the Orb, he can do the Skittles, or he can do one of his spells. He has Wizard, Voltex, and Rub.
Yeah, and Rub is the problematic one.
Fortunately, it's also rare. So what I want to do
And
here,
also not guaranteed.
I'm just trying to manip him to do as many big orbs in a row as possible because it's his fastest animation. Skittles are slightly slower, but also canceling my auto attack to start a new one loses time. It loses about 2 seconds. And the Skittles lose, I think it was about frames. Well, this was a couple weeks. So like there's some math to like how many Skittles are worth like canceling an auto battle and starting a new. Looks like based on that first one, I think I do this in 2 auto battles. Obviously, a perfect fight would be a single auto battle and he just uses big orbs the entire time, but good luck finding that already. Talk about Jade turning into this? Yeah, no, second last boss of the game is literally just a Metroid. Extremely riveting, high-octane game.
Oh, Skittles, you lost.
I know, right? I mean, it was so good. I did check the next 40-ish frames to see if I could find one without any Skittles, but...
Man, too bad those red bar strats don't help you here.
I know, right? Learning chill just as a swag strat.
I think I remember in RTA with like all the deaths that we do that like she learns flee exactly here,
Oh, that's...
which I think is probably the next level up she gets.
I would assume so, yeah, because getting the same amount of experience. It's just a question of like how many fights did she die on? I
Yeah.
was very aggressive in throwing blow to the wolves. Oh yeah, we get to enjoy the water jar. No.
Oof.
So
No life twos.
Nope. I did not investigate what the heck the story is with the water jar. I just got here, tried it, and it worked first try, and so I didn't ask any questions.
It's highly dependent on what slot Ryu is in right here. So you're gonna get like a lot right now. And it also depends on what slot the item is in for how buggy it is. So yeah, Shawnee found out that if you maybe he might have had help with it, but if you put Ryu in slot 4, he only does 1 animation.
I just eyeballed it, and it looked like it wasn't worth doing an entire separate menu just to move from slot 4.
Mm-hmm.
So now we are in the goddess Miniping. She can lick, she can bad breath, and she can splooge. And splooge is unacceptable, bad breaths are acceptable but not great. We want her to lick. The bad breath is about frames slower than a lick. And
Yeah, just kind of looking at this.
same as before, canceling an auto battle and starting a new one costs 2 seconds. We also have to menu once to use the fire dagger, and again halfway through the fight to use cure because we need to heal. We run out of health. So under those constraints, we want to get as many licks as possible with as few auto battle resets as possible.
Okay, you only needed to heal once. That's probably the best you're gonna get anyway.
So the auto battle I take here, getting down to low health, looks a little suboptimal because 8 attacks, I get 3 bad breath. Which is not great. You would prefer fewer. But, like, I spent days trying to optimize this fight, and I found nothing better than this, because that one auto battle with 3 bad breaths looks bad, but the entire rest of the fight is basically perfect. So, in theory, the very minimum number of auto battles you use is 2, and I used 5. But getting it with 2 is completely unrealistic. You could conceivably get 4. So it was 4 or 5. 3 is a miracle situation, 2 is functionally impossible. So I lost about 4 seconds to resetting auto battles, either 2 or 4 depending on whether you want to aim for the miracle. And I lost about 4 seconds from those 3 bad breaths. So the hypothetically optimal goddess that I was looking for is 8 seconds faster than this one, but I looked, man, the RNG wasn't having it. I spent literal days looking, and I didn't even get close to anything as good as this one.
Yeah, I think this is the best you can do. Like, I don't think there's a point, because you don't already have Nina in your party right now, to like explore anything else with like using Fort or anything. I don't think it's worth it. I think this is the best you'll get on Goddess. No, Nitro, that's actually the best thing to do. Funny enough, I saw Nitrodon's name mentioned by Dr. Swellman about Earthbound, and I was like,
Yep.
holy shit, the man has steeped his feet into everything.
Alright. 16 HP is 15 more than you need, am I right?
Yeah. Right now I see you at 90.
And then because TAS rules are you play until final controller input, we have another minute of dialogue. Well, actually, no. What we have is like 40 seconds of listening to this tile falling animation, and then a minute of dialogue. Yeah, when you're making splits for a task, that's something that is always a little awkward if you want to compare to an RTA, is the ending time and the starting times are both usually different. Because usually RTA runs are like, you start on file select and you end on final boss kill, but our TAS is usually console on to final in.
Yeah. It has to be for all inputs that you have in the game.
Final
Because you're
input
submitting the file.
is the line where Nina says that there's still work to be done. There. Hey, 3:59:01, I got it right. That is within a second of the actual true time.
Nice.
I did a thing. Behold, my thing. It took 8 friggin' months. So thank you again to Blink, both for commentating this and also for helping with the entire thing. You definitely found more than a minute of improvements, so without your assistance, I would likely not have subbed forward, or it would have taken me more months learning.
Well,
Also,
I'm glad to have helped.
Also, if you
I mean,
had
a lot
not
of
been active in Breath of Fire 1 in general, I wouldn't have been interested enough to do this. I only did this because Breath of Fire 1 was super active this year.
Yeah, honestly, and And I hope that like recent events haven't discouraged people from looking into this because it is a very tame run for just being able to pick up and have very low anxiety once you get past night. So I think anyone can really get into it because it's like a very low skill ceiling.
Yeah, compared to Breath of Fire 2, especially the glitchless categories of Breath of Fire 2, where you have to know how to handle random encounters, I can see that this is a lot more beginner friendly. Especially if the beginners are okay with just running with a pile of maps on their desk, because the dungeon navigation is probably the hardest thing.
Yeah. But yeah, just kind of reiterating for anyone who's still around, be on the lookout. We have a lot of different we have a lot of different events that are going to be coming up over the next few months, and it would be very interesting to see people be there to support them. We have a Breath of Fire 1 event that's happening next month that will be showcasing the first game. About another half month to a month after that, we have potentially a Breath of Fire 2 race. And then in the near future, we have just reignited interest into Breath of Fire Relay Race. So lots of cool things in the future for Breath of Fire to come. And I hope to see many of you there.